Welcome back to the online Darts Live League here on Sporty Stuff TV. 11 players will battle it out over 4 sessions today and tomorrow to complete finals group on Saturday. 5 more spots available. One has already been taken. Graham Usher, top Group A. It went down to some drama in the last match yesterday. Josh Payne missing darts. If he'd have converted to win the game 4-1 by the scoreline he needed, he would have taken his place at the top. But Graham Usher hung on, and there's confirmation. Graham Usher is into Saturday's final night. Then we look at Group B, which takes place tonight from 10 p.m. Josh Payne, Gian Van Veen, Conan White go into that group alongside Matthew Edgar and Nathan Gervin. Gavin Carlin, Robert Owen, the bottom two, will see in action today, along with David Pallett, Conor Heneghan, Robert Thornton and Andy Jenkins. 2 places available from Group C into finals night in Saturday, and they'll be played over 2 days. And it's going to be an interesting battle now over these double sessions because the games will be coming thick and fast. Like I said, 4 sessions over 2 days to complete that lineup at finals night and to have a tilt at winning that £6,000 top prize. But one man who's sitting tight, Graham Usher, will be fairly relaxed over the next few days watching these players battle it out to aim to join him in finals night here in Champions Week as well. So it's some feat, but congratulations to Graham Usher, job done. But we turn our attention now to Group C and getting things underway in a few moments' time. It's going to be Robert Owen and David Pallett. Robert Owen finishing the bottom 2 of Group A, and the performances, they illustrated he was a lot better, but he's going to have to improve. Gavin Carlin as well. They have to go again today. David Pallett coming in fresh, along with Andy Jenkins, along with Conor Heneghan, along with the recently crowned World Seniors Match Play Champion Robert Thornton. But as I said, it's the battle of these former UK Open semi-finalists. They were actually UK Open semi-finalists in the same year. David Pallett lost to Gary Anderson in one semi. Robert Owen lost to Corey Cadby in the other. Gary Anderson went on to win it, but that was their real highlight on the PDC Tour. David Pallett has been to a last 32 of the World Championship. He beat Kim Hybrex, eventually lost out in a thriller to Mensur Suljovic. But these 2 players, very capable. Robert Owen, as I said, coming back for a 3rd consecutive day. He'll hope for a change of fortune because he's played some good stuff at times, but he's lacked that killer instinct.
First leg is Robert to throw first
against David Pallett. Well,
game on.
Group C about to get underway, and it's Robert Owen getting us underway here. 15 matches coming your way. Off we go. And
45.
Looking forward to seeing 9 dart here as well. Conor Heneghan hitting 9 darts just a couple of weeks in the live league. He's up next against Robert Thornton.
$100.
Steady start for Dave Pallett. Robert Owen had some decent highlights over it. He took out a 160 yesterday in one of his rare
60
wins. That was against Conan Whitehead. Only picked up a couple of wins over the span of Group A, did Robert. This is good for Pallett.
140.
Aggressive look on his face as well, but a good aggressive start from Dave, getting stuck into Robert Owen's throw already here in match 1.
100.
Remember, Group B gets underway just after 10 o'clock this evening on Sporty Stuff TV as well. We welcome Nathan Gervin and Matthew Edgar. Speaking of 9 dart heroes, Nathan
100.
Gervin hit one on the PDC Tour against Adrian Lewis just a couple of months ago. Some notable meetings between the pair in the live league, but they've had a lot of meetings in the PDC as well. In a world qualifier, Robert Owen pinched it. 6-5. They played in Q School. They played a couple of challenge tour games and split 2 apiece. But it's looking like first
140. David
blow to David Pallett here, though. That keeps Robert in the hunt. Double 18. good guide.
Game
Use
shot
it
on the
as well.
first
Real
leg.
neat and tidy
David
leg. David
Pallett.
Pallett breaks in 15 darts, and Robert Owen, slow start here, but David Pallett off and running here in Group C. Early break.
Second leg, David
Looking
to
to
throw
register
first.
some
Game
early
on.
points on the board. It's all very straight at the minute from David Pallett. Nothing wayward.
100.
Trying to force it through there, but David Pallett can pick up the point here against the darts as well. David Pallett starts
60.
and finishes the session today. Opens up here. He ends against Gavin Carlin. Gavin Carlin, who was obviously in the group with Robert as well. He's dropped into this one. Gavin played some all right stuff as well. And actually, one of the ties of that group was when Robert played Gavin.
100.
Both averaged 102. First Max goes the way of Dave Pallett. The Mekon.
100.
Really is pinning that treble 20, David Pallett.
140.
This is good from Pallett. Potential 11 darts are coming in.
100. David, you require 81.
Well, use a 12, treble 10, I'm sure. There it is. 12 darter. If this goes in. Unlucky.
65.
But has plenty of breathing space. He's left Robert Owen high and dry in this opening leg.
$60. David, you require 16.
Still no pressure on David Pallett.
Game shot on the second
And
leg.
that
David
is
Pallett.
another good leg from David Pallett. He's raced into a 2-leg lead here. Kicked off for the 15, then a 14 darter. And that leg, he really left Robert Owen high and dry. And it's halfway
Good leg,
now
Robert,
to his
to throw
first
first.
points.
Game
Well,
on.
say, the first points of the day for David Pallett. And there's the averages. Look at that. Just shy of 104. He's really come out the blocks here, Pallett.
125. $100.
Good last one. Needs this leg, Robert Owen, now. You go a couple of breaks down, particularly in a race to 4. I mean, I always say it on the PDC in a challenge tour 6, when it's first to 6, you go a couple of breaks down,
97.
you're in trouble there. But in a race to 4, it's some turnaround. And
95. $100.
Steady turn from David Pallett, from Robert Owen. David Pallett should start down the bottom of the board. No, he's going aggressive. But that puts paid to any chance of leaving a finish.
100.
He's within striking distance though, but Owen just looking to lay up this 179.
59.
Not the best of layups, so Pallett will sense an opportunity here. Remember that run that these two had to that semi-final in the UK Open? It was one
100.
behind closed doors, so
Robert, your car 120.
never got to play in front of the packed crowds at Minehead, but still great achievements. And is Robert
Game
Owen about
shot
to
on the
achieve a
third
120
leg.
years,
Robert
and
Owen.
that goes in at a funny angle, but Robert Owen halves the deficit, gets his first leg on the board. He had to get that leg on the board, a holder throw. Let me see, yeah.
Fourth leg, David, to throw
Kick off
first.
at a strange angle, but Pallett has got that break that he managed to get in the opening leg of the match, and if he can just defend that break, it will see him home.
180.
Maximum number 2. And Pallett, average creeping up towards 107.
60.
You just get the impression that Robert Owen is going to have to produce something really special to get a break off David Pallett here.
$92.
Decent switching as well, it's okay. Decent lead. Well, first max for Robert Owen, gets him back in the leg. Signs that Robert Owen is warming to the task. Still a big difference in the averages, but Pallett will have to come down here.
59.
Does to leave 170, but a two treble visit from Robert Owen is what he's realistically thinking here. Gives him a great chance. Bit of a loose stem there. Well, he needs one now.
60.
Can't find one. Gives David Pallett breathing space.
170.
Gives David Pallett time with this 170. Maygo ball met. Treble 18 is his likely destination.
100.
No, just tried to force it in there. Obviously quite happy to leave double 15. It's strange, really. He used to practice with David Pallett, and he was hopeless on double 10, and double 15's right next to it.
100. David, you require 70.
Saying that, maybe he's improved now, David. Based in Lincolnshire now. Tops a Pallett.
$30.
So,
Robert Yukar, 101.
outside chance for Robert Owen here. Took a 120 for leg 3. And he's going to get a dart here. Double 16 for 2 all. Can't
69.
quite find the target. Side relief
David
for Pallett,
Yukar,
but he's got to hold up
40.
his end of the bargain. 3 at tops for 3-1. That is 3-1. Takes David Pallett to the brink of victory. Consolidates that breaker throw. 3-1. He leads here now, and all for Robert Owen to do. He needs, well, he only needs one breaker throw, but paramount he holds here.
To throw first. Game on.
But he needs to rattle off 3 legs in succession if he's going to kick off with a victory here. But David Pallett's been the better player. The evidence is there. 10-point timing averages. The doubles checkouts in favour of Robert Owen. He only had 2 darts, but Pallett still in a great, great position here to open up with victory here in Group C.
58. $140. $100.
Good advantage here for Robert Owen now, particularly with David Pallett leaving 3-4-3. Even if he fires in a maximum, there will be no finish
140.
left. And Owen is doing it his bit. He should, from here, at least make David Pallett throw for victory.
140. Roll your car. 121.
Gets himself back in the leg, but Owen only has to lay up. Stay up there, surely. No, comes down now. This is where he's just got to be careful.
97.
Good dart, really good dart. Because if he leaves 64 and Pallett rattles in a big one, all of a sudden that 64 becomes awkward. The courtesy of getting the treble 20, leaves 24.
58.
Points
Robert
to
Yukar, 24.
a 6th leg here. David Pallett would have the darts.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Is
Robert Owen.
leg 5 to Robert Owen, and he will force David Pallett to throw for victory here. And is that break in the opening leg going to be the decisive factor? Pallett got stuck into Robert Owen early, got the break. Now he's got to make that break count. David Pallett throwing for the match in the opening game here of Group C at the Online Darts Live League.
79.
Just about salvages that opening visit.
$96. $83.
Dave Pallett again, just trying to force it. It's a treble a visit, but it could do with a little bit more breathing space because Robert Owen, he's not making hay at the minute.
60.
See, he does get some funny deflections, Robert Owen. His darts kick off in all sorts of directions.
97.
That's a good dart. Again, one treble visit so far for Dave Pallett. It's just about enough.
$60.
And even more so now. That's a visit without a treble, so... That's a good dart, Pallett. Eyes will light up with that first dart. Yeah, he's not happy with that. See his expression.
100.
And again, just a one treble visit, but so far, so good for David Pallett.
$140. David Ducar, 142.
Now it gets interesting, because if the 142 doesn't go, it's an outside chance. We've seen a 145 on the live league this week. That's from Gavin Carlin. He's coming up a bit later against Andy Jenkins.
102.
Brilliant setup from David.
Robert Ducar, 145.
And unless Robert Owen can take the 145, David Pallett is going to have three clean. He may do. Treble 15. He went for treble 90 for double 40, and it's unlucky. He knows how close he was.
129.
And he sets
David
up great
Ducar,
setup
40.
play from the pair of them, but it's Pallett who gets first dibs at double top for the opening match victory. Over to double 10. Last start. And he hits it.
Shot on the match.
Big dart from David Pallett. Big performance to start the day. Robert Owen was ready to pounce. But it's Dave Pallett who kicks things off here. Average 95, right on 95. Robert Owen, not too shabby again. He's played well, Robert Owen, the last few days, and he just can't get the results. But it's Pallett who kicks things off with victory in our opening match in Group C with a 4-2 win. Coming up next, we've got the World Seniors Match Play Champion, just recently crowned Robert Thornton, taking on Conor Heneghan. points of the day belong to David Pallett. A decent performance against Robert Owen. Both in the mid-90s. David Pallett, 95 average. He defeats Robert Owen 4-2 in that opening match of Group C. But now we turn our attention to Conor Heneghan, taking on the recently crowned World Seniors Match Play champion, Robert Thornton. And this is a great tie. Robert Thornton, I said, got that great CV. And for Conor Heneghan to be mixing it with Robert, a great opportunity. Former WDF Youth Cup winner, well, European Cup winner, a 9-dart hero in the Live League as well. And what a CV this gentleman's got. Grand Prix winner in the PDC, UK Open champion, a World Master, 3 Premier League campaigns as well. And just a great, great player, Robert Thornton. Doesn't always get the credit he deserves. But faces a tough task here in Conor Heneghan.
97.
Thornton, not much time to celebrate his victory on Sunday. Straight down to Southampton.
125.
Straight back in that treble 20 here in the Online Darts Live League.
$135.
Decent start for Conor. Thornton.
60.
Oh, go and get it, Robert. Thornton still harbouring ambitions to get back on the PDC circuit. Hennigan, surely.
137.
Use the experience he's getting from playing online darts, and he'll hope that it leads to
100. Conor
him
Heneghan,
his tour card.
132.
But at the minute, it's about trying to book their places in finals night on Saturday. Graham Escher's already there. These two looking to join him. 5 more spots available. 2 from this group, 3 from Group
35.
B, which is from 10 p.m. tonight. Edgar, Gervin, Whitehead, Payne, and Gian Van Veen will contest that group.
76. Conor Heneghan, 97.
Conor to strike first here. Double 10. Does strike first, 15 darter. Just like we saw in the first match, David Pallett opened his account with the 15 dart. Conor does the same here. It was a breaker throw for David Pallett. Hold a throw for Conor, but one leg he leads here against Robert Thornton.
Second leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
Andy Jenkins, Gavin Carlin coming up next. And we'll have had a look at all 6 players in Group C
100.
today.
$135.
Decent from Conor. Just to scan through how
57.
Group A panned out. The daily average of all the 6 players on the first day, 92. Just over 92, and that's a pretty good standard. It did drop on day 2.
100.
Again, the standard pretty good. Graham Escher with a running average of around about 91. Wasn't the highest. Josh Payne at the highest, but enough to get him through and book his place.
60.
Josh Payne will return. He had the standard average of up and above 93, so
96.
Payne will be one to watch later on this evening.
$100.
Thornton in a bit of trouble here early in his match.
70.
Conor. A bit of a flyer on the first one.
43.
Good visit from Robert Thornton.
127.
That's how quickly a leg can turn. Still, Hennigan can complete this 127. Even more so now. Bullseye.
102.
Good effort.
Robert Heneghan, 44.
Highest finish of the week's a 160 from Robert Owen.
Game shot on the second leg.
A very
Robert Thornton.
regimental 44 that gets Robert Thornton level, and that visit on the 184 and the previous visit is the one that got him back in control of that leg, because Hennigan came out the blocks well in that leg, but Robert levels up this match, 1 apiece. Decent average from Conor. Still no maximums in the match. Well, spoke too soon. Conor Heneghan right on cue fires in our first max in this second match. We had 3 in the first match between Robert Owen and Pallett.
60. $140.
Hennigan looking solid. It was
78.
only a ropey visit off the 170 that cost him a better shot in the previous leg. He did have a dart ball to break. He knows he should have set up better, but
65.
Thornton nowhere near in this leg.
134.
Decent switching, but Hennigan's got time with 116. He's teed this leg up really well. Tops for a 116. Yeah, brilliant from Conor Heneghan. That's a really good leg. There we see the replay.
Fourth leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
Looking comfortable on throw, Conor. Very comfortable.
100.
And had a chance to break as well. It could be in a great position here, Conor, but he's
100.
still in a good position. He's got the darts.
$125. $140.
Decent visit from Conor. Is this the first max for Robert? It is.
180.
This is a really good tie. Thornton up around about 98 average. Conor up towards 107. Some standard early doors here.
Robert Yukon 96.
For an 11 darter.
Game shot on the
What a
fourth
brilliant leg from
Robert
Robert Thornton, who's starting to settle now. He was looking a bit under pressure in the second leg. It looked like his throw was under pressure, but that was clinical. 11 darts, 96 checkout, 2 legs apiece. Look at the averages. It's some tie. And the players rising to the occasion. Pallett and Robert Owen played a really
100.
good game in game 1. These two are better in it, 2-2. But Robert Thornton knows he needs to find a breaker throw.
140. $134. $140. $140.
Back-to-back 140s. Conor knows he's just got to hold on to his throw.
57. Conor Heneghan 127. $55. Robert Yukon 164.
Is this the shot that Robert may have to produce something like this? Bullseye.
139.
Oh, look how close that is.
Conor
And
Heneghan
just saying, that's what it may need for Robert to find the break, because Conor looks solid on throw, but he's only going to get 1 dart for a 5th consecutive hold, and he gets it. What a moment in the match that is. Thornton wires a 164. Conor with the 72, and that is now 5 holds a throw. And if Robert Thornton is going to win this tie, he's going to have to go back to back, and he's going to have to find a break in the cider. But this is some encounter.
100. $85. $81. 180.
Conor with his second max. He wants to avoid the drama of a deciding leg. And he may get that wish because Robert Thornton throws
26.
in a real loose visit. Conor's got the darts now. It's swinging in favour of Conor even more so now. What a little sprint to the finish this is. Back to back, and you're seeing the look on his face. This is impressive from Conor. This is the standout performance so far. Can he finish the job?
98. Conor require 56.
He's setting the standard in Group C to finish with an 11 darter. Double top. Takes a 12 darter. That is some display. That's some game from the pair of them. Sportingly acknowledged by Robert Thornton. But look at the average here. 108.5 for Conor. 3 maximums as well. And yeah, it's some performance. The 9-dart hero from a few weeks ago on the Online Darts Live League. He's up and running. A convincing victory over Robert Thornton. Some starts of the day. Back-to-back 4-2 victories. One for Conor, one for David Pallett. We now have a look at Andy Jenkins and Gavin Carlin for the first time today. What have we just witnessed there? Conor Heneghan sent in the standard in Group C. 108 average in a real good performance against Robert Thornton. Robert Thornton played his part as well. He put some good stuff in there. He missed a 164. It could have all been different if he pins that 164. But what a start to the day. David Pallett won the opening game 4-2. We've just seen Conor win 4-2 as well. Now Andy Jenkins will take on Gavin Carlin, the cannon. Gavin, who didn't have things his own way in Group A, hence why we see him here against the local boy, semi-finalist.
First leg is Gavin to throw first.
The World Championship in the PDC,
Game
Andy
on.
Jenkins. At one stage was one of 6 people to beat Phil Taylor on telly. Well, that's changed now, but Andy Jenkins,
45.
Still solid performer, a veteran of the sport. Well-mannered.
97.
And well-schooled in this sport. Switching down the bottom of the board. Still got a massive appetite to compete. Andy Jenkins is off to the Challenge Tour in Germany next weekend. Still have his hopes of being back on the main tour.
59.
Got a pretty flawless action as well. It hasn't changed throughout his career.
96. 60. 59. 97.
Decent switch again from Andy. Not as explosive a start as we've had in the first 2 games, but these two more than capable.
177.
What a tee-up from Gavin Carlin. Andy Jenks looking to do something similar. Stay there for double 4.
108.
Great set-up play from the pair of them, but it's Gavin Carlin who gets first crack. And pins the double 6 and an opening holder throw. And I must say, all 6 players have settled really well. Settled early in games as well. Yes, Robert Owen and Robert Thornton lost their games, but no nervy opening legs, and that was similar again.
60.
Andy's nickname on his flight there, Rocky.
83.
It's a better dive from Andy. This is max number 2.
140.
But again, both settled really well. Gavin Carlin, it could have been also different in Group A. I think
45.
he sort of stuttered after his first game. His first actual game in Group A, he should have beat Conor White at mismatched darts. And from there, he just got the impression that Gavin felt like he was chasing the whole group. Played some
99.
good stuff. He had that standout tie with Robert Owen where they both averaged 102, which he won. But it was very stop-start. So looking for a fresh start in Group C
96.
today, Gavin. Jenks starting to find that treble 20 quite prolifically now.
105. 58. Andy require 97.
Andy to level up the match. Treble 18. Just got to take a step back here now. Yeah, he does double checking his score. Went for the ball
56.
for double 8. Still should be okay. McCarlin can apply some pressure. Yeah, I was going to say, well, he has to come down at some point. He's probably go back up now.
59.
Does go
Andy
back
require
up.
41.
So no real pressure. 41 for Jenks. For 1-all. Yeah, that is 1-all. Couple of neat and tidy legs to start the match, and the pair of him. Couple of holds of throw exchanged. There we see neat and tidy. 41 from Andy Jenkins. And his campaign off and running. He gets his first leg. 1-all here. Andy Jenkins knows at some point he's going to have to find a break. Has to attack the Gavin Carlin throw, but solid opening from the pair.
97. 99.
Led him to switch down. He switched pretty well, Andy, during this game.
59. 85.
The only thing that will disappoint Andy is that there's a few too many 1 treble visits that he wants to convert into 2. He's throwing a good dart in the treble
100.
there. He'd like to make more, but otherwise he looks pretty comfortable, Andy. Gavin,
140.
Gavin, to be fair to him, always looks comfortable. He never looked, even though he didn't have it all his own way in Group A, he never looked rattled. And there we see, hits a 1, hits a 7, and just plods on with it. Yeah, frustrated there, but
45.
Andy's second dart was a real fly and doesn't really jump on that poor visit of Gavin's. Yes, 1-3-2's a finish, but Andy would have liked to leave more.
85.
But
Andy
that's a let off. Just that
132.
last start lets Andy off with a bit of breathing space because Gavin's got to find a couple of trebles now. We may not get a chance. Bullseye for the 1-3-2. Wow.
100. Gavin
He's
Carlin,
either left it handy
133.
or that is a shocker at bull for Andy Jenkins, and I think it is the sensible play, a sensible
93.
gamble in the
Andy
end.
Carlin, 32.
Andy Jenkins to hit the front, knows he needs a break. Edging closer.
No score. Gavin
He
Carlin,
teed
40.
it up and he'll be disappointed, Andy. Set that leg up perfectly. All his hard work, is it about to be undone? It is.
He's
Gavin
shown the
Carlin
third
leads
leg. Gavin
2-1.
Carlin.
Andy Jenkins teed it up for the break. Failed to convert. Gavin Carlin restores the lead. 2-1. He leads now. Gavin looking to make a better start than he did in
Looks
Group
like
A.
Andy
He was
to throw
chasing
first. Game on.
for the first few games, but got a bit of luck there. Maybe that's what he needed. Carlin leads 2-1.
136. 80. 96. 134.
'Surely.
180.
It was easier to hit it than not. Great setup from Andy. The first 2 darts just above, below that bottom wire, and a potential 11 darts are
58.
coming in.
Andy
And this is a
required
good
89.
response to dropping that last leg. You've got to give Gavin his credit here because he's being outplayed at times, but still hanging in there, still
69.
being resilient. Gavin Carlin knows he's just got a whole throw, doesn't need a break, so being dominated on Andy Jenkins'
55.
throw
Andy requires 20.
won't worry him too much. Jenks to level up. And does
Being
level
shown
up
the
2
fourth
apiece.
leg.
Brilliant leg from
Andy
Andy Jenkins. And again, 2 apiece. We were 2 apiece in the previous match. Conor then reeled off 2 legs. Can one of these do the same
Looks like
and
Gavin to
avoid the
throw
drama
first. Game
of
on.
a last leg decider?
$93. 85.
Last one. But just how costly were those missed darts for Andy Jenkins being leg 3? Time will tell.
45. 136.
He's making his move again here, Andy.
$83.
I'll find another one. Disappointing for Gavin after a great first dart. Level game in terms of the score in legs and in the match, but Andy's got this throw in
100.
hand. Would have liked more. But Gavin Carlin starting to spray darts around. Good adjustment. Really good adjustment. Just when the head was starting to shake. You don't see that a lot from Gavin. As it wobbled Andy. It may have done.
Gavin,
That's not a great tier.
157.
What a shot this would be. Unlucky. At a
137.
145 on Wednesday.
140.
Almost a 157. And Andy Jenkins unravelled slightly in these last 6 darts. 61, 79 remains.
80.
he's
Gavin
waiting,
Newcar, 20.
Carlin to go 1 away. Up for double 5. Gotta be careful. And
10.
misses.
Andy requires
So he
60.
returns the favour. Andy Jenkins fluffed darts at doubles in leg 3. And Gavin pounced. Can Andy do the same here? It's awkward.
20.
And he misses.
Gavin,
It's an
you
awkward
require
shot,
10.
60 when your darts kick up in the board. And that first dart, the 20, was very high from Andy. And
Game
Gavin
shot on the
moves
fifth
3-2
leg.
in
Gavin
front. Andy
Carlin.
Jenkins has had chances in the last 2 legs on Gavin Carlin's throw to break throw. Hasn't converted, and it may need Andy to break. Well, it will need
Looks
Andy
like
to
Andy
break
to
in the
throw
last
first.
leg
Game on.
if he's going to register a win on his opening match. But he's got to send it there first.
96. $22. $44. $135. $95. $100. $42.
Well, Gavin Carlin looking to do what Conor did
57.
in the previous match. Break in leg 6 and stop the drama, avoid the drama of a last leg.
60.
And it could be 4-2s across the board in our first 3 matches to start the day.
$55. Andy Ricard 164.
Over yet, Andy. Treble 18. He may just... Yeah, I thought he'd do that.
132.
Well, he tees up
Gavin
again.
Ricard 132.
There's a big chance for Gavin. Only 1 treble needed. It's treble 19. For the ball. Oh, he could have made
107.
Andy regret
Andy
not
Ricard
going for that
32.
164. But instead... We
Game
are
showing
at
the
the
sixth
last
leg.
leg
Andy
decider.
Jenkins.
The run of 4-2s has gone. Andy Jenkins pins the double A. It's 6 holes a throw. Is Gavin Carlin going to blink?
7th and
Or
final
will
leg going to throw
the
first.
trend
Game on.
continue, and will he close out a big couple of points in his first match? And he's making a good fist. You can see Andy shaking in the background, head shaking,
177.
even more so now. A 177 start.
96.
Long road back in this leg for Andy now. Gavin Carlin rode his luck at times, but when it counts in this last leg, he's made a
96.
great start. It's forcing Andy to find a maximum. He's not finding anything.
100.
Just a ton. Andy praying for a loose visit from Gavin Carlin. He's not getting it.
100.
1, 2, 8, 9 darts thrown. It's a decent leg from Gavin in a decider.
41. Gavin Ricard 128. $63.
And all Andy can do, he's got to get another one, you feel.
100.
enough.
Gavin Ricard 65.
He doesn't even finish, but unless there's errors from Gavin, avoids the 25. Tops.
45.
Match start comes and goes. So Andy
Ricard
Jenkins,
164.
it's a big ask. We've seen Thornton go close. We're not going to see Andy Jenkins go close. But
95. Gavin Ricard 20.
Gavin goes inside. He has missed double 10 earlier in the match. Just steadying himself. Big dart for Gavin Carlin. He knows. And he's flew it into the 15 and he's give
No
Andy
score.
Jenkins a
Andy
chance.
Ricard 69.
69 for an unlikely victory. And Gavin looks to the heavens. Jenks steadying himself. Treble 19, maybe treble 15. There's options here. There's going to be one dart. Double 16 for a steal. And he can't
53.
do it. He's missed chances on the last 3 legs where Gavin Carlin has thrown first to break throw. Hasn't converted. But Gavin Carlin has not got the job done yet. He's still not got the job done yet. He still hasn't
15,
got the job done, and he's
16.
thrown it away. Andy Jenkins for an absolute steal. Double 8.
No score.
Wow.
Gavin Newcastle.
And that dart landed in Cosham, Andy. This has all got messy. It's all got scrappy.
3.
And Gavin
Andy
Carlin,
O'Connor,
and this is the
16.
exact same start he made when he played Conor Whitehead on Wednesday, and he's laughing, but he'll be hurting inside. But he's not done yet.
12.
Still not done.
Gavin Newcastle 2.
What a mess at the back end of this game.
And
And
shot on the match.
Gavin Carlin gets there in the end. And they've had a shocker there towards the end, but it was drama. Gavin Carlin looked like he was going to clean that leg out with no fuss after start with a 177, but hatfuls of missed darts, and it's Andy Jenkins who roos misses. But Gavin Carlin starts with a win. Not pretty, but he wins, and it's a 4-3 victory for him. He moves on to his next game later on. Join us in a few moments' time where action from Group C will continue. match darts galore in our last match. Drama as Gavin Carlin finally gets over the line against Andy Jenkins. But now we turn our attentions to the two players that made really impressive starts. David Pallett, who opened up with a great victory over Robert Owen, taking on Conor Heneghan, who was fantastic in defeating Robert Thornton, averaged north of 108. And this should be some time because these two have settled really well and looking to pull clear at the top. David Pallett broke early against Robert Owen, consolidated that break. Conor Heneghan had to be a bit more patient for his break. He got it in the last leg, but both equally as impressive and is setting up what should be a fantastic tie here. 23 years old, Conor.
First leg is David to throw first. Game on.
But the experience of David Pallett could be a telling factor. But Pallett to get us off and running. Victories for Pallett, Heneghan and Gavin Carlin in our first three matches. Andy Jenkins, who missed stacks of match darts, he'll be back with us in the game
97.
after. He's got to regroup because that big defeat will hurt. He's back to face Robert Owen in our next match. And then it's Thornton and Carlin.
100.
Then we've had a look at all players on 2 occasions. It's kind of after the third game, you'd say the league starts to take a bit of shape, the table.
$140.
Decent start from Dave again. He set his stall out early, breaking the Robert Owen throw earlier.
140.
Conor made his move. He didn't need a break, Conor, but wanted to avoid the last leg drama against Robert Thornton and 12 dart in the 6th leg, and which proved to be the final leg.
60.
Got Conor his points. Reminder, Graham Usher already through to Saturday's final. 5 more spots available. 2 from this group, 3 from
100.
Group B. Group B gets underway from just after 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV tonight. 5 players in that group. Josh Payne, Gian Van Veen and Conan Whitehead, who come in from Group A, are joined by Matthew Edgar
60. Conor Heneghan 161.
in that group as well. And I forgot about
61.
Nathan Gervin. How rude of me. The 9 dart hero for
Heneghan
PDC. He tops that
144.
group up. That is a very competitive group, and good luck picking a winner in that one.
Conor Heneghan 100. Game shot on the
There
first
we
leg.
go
Conor
again.
Heneghan.
Statement of intent from Conor Heneghan. He has been fantastic this morning. So clinical. And breaks early here against David Pallett. He didn't need to break in his first match,
Conor to throw
but he
first.
managed to break
Game
in the 6th leg. He needs a break here. Got it already. And setting his stall out early, Conor Heneghan.
60. $57. 96.
Switching down the board there, Conor. Won't leave a finish in with a max, but
60.
looking to send his points tally up to 4 with victory here. A lot of lunge in that action, but it's effective,
85.
that is for sure. Proven already today. Dave is very good at using that dodge to the top line. He's done it there to great effect. Pulls him slightly ahead.
$100.
Good last one. A reminder, 15 matches today, 3 down already. Just the 10 matches tonight. It's a smaller group, 5 in the group.
98. Conor Heneghan 160. $140. David Heneghan 146.
Well, Asking a lot of David Pallett here. Another one of them. He'll stay. I assure you of that. Double 13. Conor watching on. And he pulled it low. He wired the double 6 more than the double 13. Unlucky. But a sigh of relief for Conor. He just regrouped, doing his own little routine in the back. For 2-0. It is 2-0. And again, Conor Heneghan making a bright start to this match. He was fantastic against Robert Thornton, but couldn't get the break early. He's got the break and consolidate here. He's got a bit of breathing space against Pallett. 2-0, Conor leads.
$95. $125.
Now we see the average creeping up again. It's some start today from Conor.
59.
And he's got Pallett under pressure again here.
100.
He's just solid. No maximums, Conor, but 2 from 2 on the doubles, averaging around about 99. You're going to make yourself hard to beat.
100. $28.
Well, give him the big tee up and the first poor visit of the day for Conor. 28.
$59.
Doesn't really jump on that visit though, Dave, does he?
$41.
Oh, so we're getting a little bit scrappy here. Which will probably suit David Pallett more at the minute because he's desperate for this leg. He goes down a couple of breaks. You're as good as done.
92.
Looking to switch. Hennigan can just apply some pressure if he can tee up this. He's coming down the board. And he's starting to spray him round now, Conor. The last
54.
9 darts are the shakiest he's looked today.
96. $80.
Good tee up.
Conor
Unless the
Heneghan
153 goes,
153.
should see Pallett half the deficit here. Treble 19. Not going to go. So Pallett
139. David O'Connor 16.
for the third leg. Much needed leg as well. Hold the throw. And he gets it. Got a bit scrappy in the middle there. Conor lost his way in the middle of the leg, and Dave Pallett has jumped all over that. It's only a hold the throw for David Pallett, but it just keeps him on the coattails of Conor. Conor still has that break of throw in hand, but signs that he's starting to wilt slightly, Conor. The first little wobble we've seen from him today.
44.
Brought the average down towards 90. Below 90 now, Conor, and we haven't seen him there pretty much for all the day. Only in the second game, but he's been that good.
56. $96.
Just wiping his hands there, Conor, whether he's just feeling the heat in there, but this is where Pallett's got to use experience. He knows that Conor is not playing like he can, and he is using his experience, David Pallett. 2 treble visit.
$100. $96.
He is really starting to wobble now, Conor. spraying the darts around, and Pallett has got the darts here. And he's kind of being gifted a break rather than producing something special, but he's got to take it.
59.
Yeah, not happy with that. But Conor Heneghan just got to find a way. There will be games like this throughout today, throughout tomorrow, throughout his career. And you've just got to find a way to win. You can't be on the button every game. But if you can scrap away and pick up points, pick up wins, you're doing something right. And
60.
Conor has a chance
Conor
to restore that
91.
two-leg buffer, and this is sort of the worst spell of play from him today. It's only his second game, but still looks like he may have a two-leg lead. Although it's
51.
under threat
David
now.
Carlin, 90.
Yeah, he just
53. Conor Heneghan,
paused
40.
a little bit before that bullseye. And Conor for 3-1.
Game
good
showing
dart
the
from
fourth
Conor
leg.
Heneghan.
Conor Heneghan.
Just scrapped away in that leg. It wasn't pretty, but hey, you win a leg in 10 darts, you win it in 20 darts. It's a win. He's one leg away from doubling his points tally of the day and going clear at the top of the table. It's still early, but he's a leg away from 2 wins from 2 against much fancy players in this group as well. David Pallett and Robert Thornton.
$60.
Oh, Pallett now just got to make Conor throw for the match. The average is mid-80s, so it illustrates how scrappy it's got in the last couple of legs.
128. 93.
Dave Pallett.
100.
Steady 10. In control of this leg. Hennigan, even if he fills this up, which he may do, is not going to leave a finish.
139.
Yeah, he sensibly came down because the dart was loose. I know viewers will be thinking there was plenty of room in the bed, but he risked knocking that second dart out, and it was just sensible play. But
107.
he's relying on errors from David Pallett if he's going to clinch the match in this leg. He's still got the darts in the next, but he can apply some pressure.
127.
And that is some pressure, but Pallett on a double that he's very comfortable on. To make it 3-2. Getting closer.
Game shot on
in
the
bottom
fifth leg.
corner,
David
and
Pallett.
will make Conor Heneghan throw for the match. Good leg from David Pallett, but Conor Heneghan was finding that treble towards the back end. Can he kick off with a couple of trebles
Looks like Conor
in a
did
leg
first game
where
on.
he's throwing for 2 wins from 2? And he'll like that first dart. He'll like that second dart. And he'll be
140.
satisfied with that visit. It's forcing Pallett to follow. And that first dart may switch treble 18 here. No, electing to try and force it through.
60.
And with no joy. A cushion now for Heneghan. A real cushion for Conor Heneghan. He's regrouped well here. A mid-match wobble, but he's reasserting himself in a leg where if he knows he clinches it, he will clinch victory number 2 of the day, and he's well on his way.
45.
Pallett looks like his race is run, particularly after that visit. Heneghan plenty of time to get rid of 181. 104 left.
96.
That's fine. When you're thrown for the match, you'll more than settle for 85 for the 9 darts. Pallett way back. And Pallett will suffer defeat surely.
140.
For the first time today. Treble 10, maybe. Yeah, there was never going to be 20 for ball, was it? And that's fine.
45.
Set of play's good. Pallett looking to fill it up just to maybe rattle Conor a little bit. Well, he does fill it up.
180. Conor Heneghan, 40.
Will it force an error from Conor Heneghan? Oh, it may do. It has done.
David requires 76.
He was miles ahead in this leg. Plucky David Pallett has hung around. 888. This would hurt Conor. For 3 apiece. What a steal. But what resilience shown from David Pallett. He was miles behind in that leg. Conor Heneghan went off 140, 180. Dave went 60, 45. But hung around, and at maximum forced the error. Conor shaking his head. He's got to regroup. He's got to go again. But now he's got to go again against the darts. Brilliant from Pallett. 3 apiece here. And back-to-back deciding legs.
100.
Hennigan looking to make a big start again.
100.
Does make a big start again. Credit to him. Because the head was shaking. I didn't see that coming. Decent switching from Dave. And
128.
Again, real good leg. Both players responding when the pressure's on the most. He's not going to do another one, is he? He may do another one. Well, he's gone 180, 140 in reverse order this time. 2 legs on the trot. And it'll certainly hurt him if he wins neither of them. And he may do.
100.
Just the turn from Pallett. So this is the key shot. How's your setup play, Conor? Ooh, lost Conor for a second there.
85.
Good last start. Still in the balance. Pallett may start on 19s here. No. He's going to apply pressure regardless on that 96. Just how much? Treble 19.
140.
Stayed up there for 33.
96.
Just fancied a treble 20 maybe, but Hennigan has had 3 match darts. And he's going to have to find a treble. He's going to get more. And he's not going to get more on this visit.
64.
Feel for Conor Heneghan here, but Pallett has hung around. And has the chance. And it's 888. What resilience he's shown. What a victory that could be for David Pallett. He looked buried in those last 2 legs. Conor Heneghan in the last 2 legs went 140, 180, 180, 140 at the start of the leg. Didn't win the legs. David Pallett with an average just over 90, but he hung around in that leg. Great spirit shown. David Pallett makes it 2 wins from 2. He's our league leader, 4-3 over Conor Heneghan. Next we see Andy Jenkins returning to take on Robert Owen. penny for Conor Heneghan's thoughts. He'll be pacing round that back room thinking, how have I just lost that match? The last 2 legs, he kicked off with 5 darts in the treble out of 6 in his first 2 visits and didn't win. David Pallett, resilient as always, and he takes his points tally up to 4 points. But now we switch our attention to 2 players who are yet to win. Both lost their opening games. Robert Owen to David Pallett, and Andy Jenkins, well, will be kicking himself. Gavin Carlin, stacks of match darts missed from Andy to get 2 points on the board. Robert Owen played well, 94 and a bit average. But he's got to start turning these good performance into victories, or he's going to let left behind in this group as he did in Group A. Big game incoming for these two, just to kick-start their day. And the longer you go without points on the board, it ramps the pressure up in the matches to come.
44.
And a slow start from Andy. Yeah, but our early pace setter is David Pallett. 2 from 2. Conor Heneghan.
100.
1 from 2. He's going to be there or thereabouts. He's playing too well. That was just a real unfortunate game for him where David Pallett just did the right things at the right time at the business end. Pallett trail 3-1. Wins the match 4-3. Dave the Mekon.
99.
Yeah, so far, Dave Pallett on 4 points. Conor Heneghan
36.
and Gavin Carlin both have 2 points apiece. Robert Owen, Andy Jenkins, Robert Thornton yet to register a win, but only play 1 game. No panic stations yet, but
98.
Stack attack. Robert Owen is already forcing the issue on Andy's throw here.
45.
And Andy has just got to dust himself off and forget about that first game. It's hard to shake games like that off, but it was a shocker.
60.
See Robert Owen with that knee brace. Just a bit of
140.
surgery on the knee, but
Royal Car 140.
on the mend. He looks to break Andy's throw in the first leg here.
60. Andy Rukar 115.
The Jenks. Treble 19.
99. Robert Rukar 84.
If he gets a go. I don't know how that first dart's going. That's miles away, but a good salvage operation from Robert.
72.
Can't find the double 6.
Andy Rukar 16.
Jenks for the opening leg here. Double 8 for a 1-leg lead. He had match darts of this.
He was shot on the first leg.
He'd done that against Gavin Carlin, but it is an opening hold to throw for Andy Jenkins in his second match of the day here against Robert Owen. Robert Owen just didn't click into gear in Group A. Played some good stuff, but at the end of the day, you've got to convert it into wins. His throwing average on day 1, despite being bottom of the table in Group A, was the highest. He threw just shy of a 94 throwing average and won 1 game. Yesterday, it was a bit more modest than that, around about 88. Overall, though,
118.
Around about a 90 average. He was the second highest throwing average in the group behind Josh Payne.
60.
He was higher than the league leader, Graham Escher. Got a couple of days off.
140.
If you're watching, Graham, congratulations. Fancy come do a bit of commentary. Let me off for a couple of games. I won't say no, but I think I know you might say no.
100.
Preparing for Saturday is the man from Scarborough. Will these two be involved on Saturday?
125.
Andy Jenkins not happy with spraying into the 5, but he's put himself in a good position here. Surely a 180.
140.
On top. That angle there shows just how far Robert's darts lean down in the ball. But Andy for 2-0.
98.
Was it low?
Robert Yukar 147.
More than likely be back.
$60. Andy Yukar 20. Game shot on the second
And that
leg.
is a two-leg
Andy
lead, and this is a
Jenkins.
lot more clinical from Andy Jenkins. Had chances to break against Gavin Carlin, numerous chances to break, and couldn't do it in the first match. But he's broke already here.
Third leg, Andy
Doesn't
to
need a
throw
break in
first.
this match. He's
Game
got the
on.
darts, but has put himself in a comfortable position. Andy Jenkins 2-0 up, 2 away from first points of the day.
140. $60. 100.
Andy Jenkins, the other half. Karen will be watching at home, no doubt. They're due to celebrate being together for 58 years. Nice, isn't it?
100.
And he's celebrating with a decent average so far, Andy Jenkins.
54.
But what's key for Andy here? Forget the performance. Just to win, and then it completely
100.
forget about that game against Gavin, because if you let games like that fester, it can linger and it can really add
97.
tension to your game throughout a campaign. You have a poor game, you've got to forget about it. And he's doing a good job of it so far, Andy here. Racing away with this match.
140. Andy require 110.
18, double 16 for 3-0.
Game
It's
shot
incredible
on the
from
third
Andy
leg.
Jenkins. All
Andy
those
Jenkins.
missed doubles in his previous match. Well, he's just taken out a 110, and he's doing a real job on Robert Owen here. I thought Andy might come up into this
Fourth leg,
game
Robert to throw
a
first.
bit concerned
Game
about
on.
how he might react from the previous. Well, he's reacting in the right way. 3-0. 3 out of 5 on doubles. And just to put it into
85.
context, Andy was 3 out of 18 in his doubles in the previous match. He missed 15 darts. So he's
97.
gone in the back room in that little short spell of time and turned himself around here. And Andy Jenkins, who's taken out a 110 and a 118, is in
60.
control. And if he can win this leg, at some point in this group, legs may come into play. So a
115.
4-0 win, not going to do you any harm. And it means there's a break in between games. I can have a cup of tea.
180.
As Robert Owen fires in a max. He'll keep scrapping. He'll have just seen
44.
David Pallett recover from 3-1 down, so Robert will not give up. It's a big task from 3-0, but
60.
comeback start somewhere. Andy Jenkins just got to make sure he doesn't get embroiled.
97.
Not so concerned about
Robert
this leg
Yafar,
as the next leg. He drops that
116.
one, then it gets edgy, because all of a sudden it's 3-2. He may still get a chance to win this leg, Andy. He is going to at 148.
54.
A couple of
Andy
treble
Carl,
20s. You generally
148.
stay on the treble 20 if you pin the first one, but that shot's gone a begging.
$82. Robert Yafar, 62.
Robert. He started with a whitewash on Wednesday against Gian Van Veen.
30.
And he could be getting whitewashed
Andy
again
Yafar,
here.
66.
Andy for the victory in double quick time, double 18. Job
Game
done.
shot on the match.
Andy Jenkins, what a difference from the first game. So clinical on the doubles. 4-0 he rattles through. Good performance from Andy. Look at 4 from 7 on the checkouts. 57%. A 110 in there as well. And it's some turnaround. It's more woes for Robert Owen, who started slowly in Group A and he's starting slowly again in Group C. Got a lot to do. Jenks off and running. 4-0 against Robert Owen. Speaking of Roberts, we've got Robert Thornton coming up next. It's Gavin Carlin. First whitewash of the day, Andy Jenkins back to winning ways. Hitting the doubles in that game, defeating Robert Owen 4-0. But we now turn our attention to Gavin Carlin against Robert Thornton. Thornton, who lost out in a thriller in his opening match against Conor Heneghan, averaged around about 98 as well. So Robert now looking to get his first win for Grand Prix and UK Open winner in the PDC. Will Master as well. Taking on Gavin Carlin. The Cannon, he came through some real drama against Andy Jenkins to get his
first leg. It's Robert to throw first.
4-3.
Game on.
But on this occasion, it's Thornton who's got the darts, kicking things off. Match 6 of 15 here in Group C. On a double session day, we return,
41.
remember, at just gone 10 o'clock tonight on Sporty Stuff TV, where Group B gets underway. Matthew Edgar, Nathan Gervin, Josh Payne, Conan Whitehead and Gian Van Veen
60.
contest that Group 3 places. Top 3 from Group B will move into Champions Night on Saturday. Top 2 from this group, and that
61
completes the lineup. Remember, 2 groups of 3 in finals night on Saturday. Grey Mush is there. 5 more will join.
46. 97. 60. 42.
And to switch there, Robert Thornton. I said Gavin Carlin doesn't give a great deal away when he's playing.
100.
Well, the same cannot be said about Robert Thornton. He will show you exactly how he's feeling, whether it be positive or negative.
123.
Right on, right on cue, Robert Thornton. Berating himself after hitting 122, 123.
99. Robbie O'Carr,
Still a good visit.
137.
Such a likeable guy, Robert Thornton. Such an underrated player as well. Well, I say
77.
underrated. But you have conversations about legends in the sport, and Robert Thornton's name probably doesn't come up, but it should do. His 2 PDC majors. Hang about before I ramble on. What a shot from Gavin Carlin. A 1-3-6 and steals the first leg there, and the composure Gavin shown there. There's the 8-8. Breaker throw early from Gavin Carlin. And leads against, as I was just touting him up, the legend Robert Thornton. Both his PDC
58.
wins in finals were against Michael Van Gerwen and Phil Taylor when they were at their best. Dismantled Phil Taylor in the UK Open final. 3 Premier League campaigns as well. World
60.
Masters winner. Countless PDC tournament wins. He back-to-back on a weekend in Irvine as well. That takes some doing. Now
58.
he's starting to dominate the seniors. Tour, Robert Thornton won the World Championship, won the World Match Play. Didn't win the Seniors Masters. He lost out to David Cameron in that one, but
60.
Robert Thornton, he may not be in those seniors events next year because he's that good. He may have a tour card. I wouldn't be surprised, but Thornton
60.
playing a lot of darts and still playing to a good standard, but he's got work to do here. Gavin Carlin with a great start. Quietly going about his business today, Gavin.
97. 134.
Switching well. Oh, Gavin Carlin, who was stuttery on doubles at the back end of his last match. He'll have to be a lot more clinical. Thornton.
125.
Again, Robert. And that costly 5 as well. It's not just cost him a 180, but look what it's left. 159. Bogey finish. So Carlin, when he came to the board, having 6 at 191.
70.
Yeah, he rescues it a little bit. Thornton looking for an instant response
40.
to being broken, but
Gavin Carlin, 120.
great setup. Unlucky.
96.
He was looking to follow the 1-3-6 with the 1-2-1. Thornton. Treble 20. Tops to level up. Pulls
99.
it low. It pulls it low. It's unlucky.
Gavin Carlin,
Just the wrong side, the wire.
17.
Nowhere near.
Robert,
Yeah,
you
he's
require
looking.
20.
He was so clinical on that double eight, and Gavin Carlin. If there is a glitch in his game, his finishing at times a little bit wayward. He's shaking his head there because he's playing okay here, Gavin. He'd be disappointed if this goes one apiece.
15.
He's going to get another go.
Gavin, you require 8. Four. Robert, you require 5.
This happens too often with Gavin, these scrappy legs. You get 24 darts to win a leg against Robert Thornton, you need to win it.
No score.
Like I said,
Gavin, you require 4.
24 darts against Robert Thornton. Probably get some more.
Game shot on the second
25
leg.
dart leg, but Gavin Carlin over the line, a 2-leg lead. It's getting a bit scrappy here, but Carlin won't mind. Won his opening match 4-3, leads 2-0 here, and he's 2 legs away from making a perfect start and joining David Pallett at the top of the table. You'd have to argue the standard of play from David Pallett. Look at that. We don't associate that with these two players. It's one of those games, it's not happening, but Carlin just wants to get the job done.
96. $100. $100. 60. $140.
Decent from Gavin, and he could be on the brink of a 3-leg lead here because Thornton ain't going to set this up. Well, that helps, but Carlin can pressure that 101 here. Just double checking. Stays up there to lead 26. Doubles a double.
101.
But Thornton to give himself a foothold in a tie. This is for the holder throw. Brilliant from Robert Thornton in a game where nothing's been going his way to pin that 101 when Carling was waiting on 26 for a 3-leg lead and a double break. There was pressure on that. Thornton responded. That's why he's a former major champion within the PDC and the BDO, and it gets him back in the tie.
140.
Carling responds well.
$100. $137. $100.
Needs a break, Robert. Carlin knows. Couple of holes. He's home and hosed.
140.
And he's well on his way to holding throw in this leg, Gavin Carlin, and it could be in style a potential 11 dart leg, and we knew the average wasn't going to stay down that low for a while. Getting up into the high 80s now for Gavin. Robert still languishing below 80. Just having a think now, Gavin. 69 left. Darts in hand as well. Yeah. Just tee up.
44.
And he does that, but the doubles ain't clinical. He's missed 6 at doubles in this match, Gavin Carlin.
100. Gavin Carlin, 40.
He missed 15 at doubles against Andy Jenkins, but got over the line.
Game shot on the
that is clinical. That is a 3-1 lead, and Gavin Carlin moves closer to a second victory of the day. Leads Robert Thornton by 3 legs to 1. And can he back up his shaky victory over Andy Jenkins earlier on?
Game on.
Another victory here, a convincing one this could be. He's 1 away. No 180, 10 points difference.
140.
Robert almost answering the cry of the first 180 of the match.
55. 97. 120.
Really good focus from Gavin Carlin. You see a dart bounce out the board, just stayed focused. Still behind in the leg.
140.
Thornton just trying to starting to find that treble 20 terrifically, and he's going to need to in the next leg if he gets us there. He needs a break. He should get us there from here. Is he going to go for it?
84.
Oh, he might have done just out of sheer frustration the way the game's gone, but he hits the big 10, and Thornton will return and should make this 3-2.
139.
There. It was a no-brainer. Maybe switch to the 18 might be a better option, but Thornton hits the tops. Well,
Game
hits
shot
the
on the 5th leg.
And now Gavin Carlin will have to throw for the match. Thornton is a bit slightly in the last couple of legs. On his darts particularly, that was quite a dominant leg. There was the 101 finish in the previous leg on throw.
Gavin to throw first.
Now he has to make his move on the Gavin Carlin darts.
96.
Steady. Away from Gavin.
45.
And Gavin, that will be music to his ears. A 45 visit from Thornton, a 140.
100.
It's okay. We saw Pallett get home and hose against Robert Owen with a treble a visit in his final leg
100
earlier on, and it may be enough for Carling here.
$57.
Well, the treble's dried up there. Can Thornton strike? Grimace, he knows that's not a... Yeah, he probably...
97.
Should have come down with that first one, really, but it's a good salvage operation. Robert Thornton keeps it in the balance. The trebles are starting to desert Gavin Carlin.
34.
What a time to chuck in a 34. Thornton, the door is open. Just got to work this out. It's 78 scored. May go over to his treble 17. Yeah, sensible play, Lee 164.
95. Roll your car 164. $80. Gavin your car 119.
What a shot this would be.
93.
Oh, just the wrong side of the double 13. He was waiting on double 13 in the third leg of the match. And he's still waiting because that is 3 legs apiece for the second time today. Gavin Carlin is in a deciding leg, but on this occasion, he's against the throw. He's had a match start, come and go. Thornton,
Seventh and final leg.
He's upped it the last few legs. And can Thornton complete the turnaround? We've seen David Pallett recover from 3-1 today. Are we about to see Robert Thornton do the same?
137.
And it would mean 5 of the 6 players will have registered points 60. In these first 6 matches if Thornton can complete the turnaround, and it's looking likely now. He's up the pace as well, Robert.
100.
A bit more snap, a bit more speed, a bit more bounce in the action. Thornton is heading to victory.
55. $100.
It's enough. That's okay. But we did see David Pallett miles behind in a leg early against Conor Heneghan and managed to turn it
100.
around.
Robert your car
164.
$100.
He may do the same.
64.
Gavin Carlin fires in a 180. Will it force the error from Robert?
Game shot on the
it
match.
doesn't
Robert
force
Thornton.
the error from Robert Thornton. We hear the bang of the hands from Robert Thornton, and it's the second time we've seen a 3-1 scoreline reversed, and it's Thornton who runs out a 4-3 winner. He's got his first win of the day. Gavin Carlin had a match start but couldn't convert. Thornton off and running. There we see the story of the match. It was a real slow start. The averages crept up. The back end of the match was really competitive. The only 180 coming in Gavin Carlin's last visit of the match. But Robert Thornton wins 4-3. All players have played 2 matches now. We'll see David Pallett and Andy Jenkins next return for our next match. We head into our third round of matches here in Group C at the Online Darts Live League. Dave Pallett, the only player to win 2 from 2. He's got a bit of daylight at the top of the table. He's back in action now against Andy Jenkins. Andy Jenkins, who lost the first game in ridiculous circumstances, lots of match darts, but returned to winning ways in style. He beat Robert Owen 4-0 in his last outing. But David Pallett was very resilient in beating Conor Heneghan. He trailed 3-1 and produced some big shots at the business end.
First leg, it's David to throw first.
But it's
game on.
Andy Rocky Jenkins taking on Dave, the Mekon Pallett, getting things underway here. Pallett can put himself in a really good position with a win here. 3 from 3, 2 to play.
92.
You say don't get ahead of yourself, but Pallett will already be starting to think about topping the group at the end of today. put himself in a great position. Remember, the top 2 go through to finals night on Saturday from this group, along with another 3 from either Edgar, Gervin, Payne, Van Veen or Whitehead. That's Group B, which takes place from 10 o'clock, or just after 10 o'clock this evening on Sporty Stuff TV. And these 6 players will return tomorrow from 9:30 to conclude Group C.
180.
The Jenks fires in a max.
$96.
There's been a few of them from Andy today, a few flyers.
125.
Andy Jenkins, who showed real bravery in the World Championships
100.
back in 2010.
You got 154.
Slipped on some ice, but still turned up. It's like a blow to the head and around the eye. Put in a spirited performance. He's been a man he was beaten. And since then, it's all been very stop-start for Andy. He had one tilt at the world title. He lost to Justin Pipe, but he's since disappearing off the tour. He's never managed to consistently get back on, but he's still got a real good A game.
33. And you require 94.
Treble 19. Can't rescue it. Disappointing, Andy.
34.
So Pallett.
You require 40.
Originally from Shropshire, Newport in Shropshire. Former England international. And takes the opening leg. Andy Jenkins had a little sniff at 94, just went a bit wayward, but a holder throw for Dave Pallett, who's looking for a hat-trick of wins to start his campaign in Group C here today. Strikes the early blow against Andy Jenkins here.
55. $140. $43.
And Dave Pallett has wrestled the darts away from Andy early in this leg. If you open the 140, he needs to back it up.
56.
Kind of lets Andy off the hook here. A good adjustment from Andy.
90.
He was disappointing. Just too many in the fives for Andy Jenkins. He's playing okay today. He's really good in his last game. Just the circumstances behind it all. He missed so many doubles. But then to be as accurate it was on the doubles against Robert Owen takes some doing. But
100.
This is a different challenge. David Pallett averaged 95 in his first match. That was all played on his terms. He had to show real character to beat Conor Heneghan. He withstood a bit of a barrage at the back end as well. But still got the job done. Dave Pallett sporting a lovely maroon shirt today. And
180.
sporting a big 180 here in leg 2. Again, Pallett just fires in. He hit a 180 to leave 25. He hit a 140 to leave 33. He just fancies himself to split these finishes. He's not going to do it. He can do it now. Yeah, gets in the end. David Pallett breaks, leads 2-0. He's in a commanding position in Group C, David Pallett. And he's making all the early running. He's already beaten Robert Owen, Conor Heneghan. He's halfway to beating Andy Jenkins here. 2-0, average pretty impressive again. He's solid today, David Pallett. Looks in the mood.
$140. $85. $100.
That's the dart Jenks has to work with. It's a good first dart.
100.
You'll expect more from that because that's the dart he likes to work with. But Pallett is just keeping Andy Jenkins at arm's length here.
$60. 100.
Good last one from Andy. Just keeps him in touch. Gonna have to find a couple of breaks. Get one of the breaks back straight away here. Keeps your opponent away from the winning line. Keep your opponent 2 away. You've still got a bit of room
36.
for error, and that helps his cause. Because Pallett shouldn't have stayed on the 20s there. And Jenks has taken advantage. Again, into the 5.
85.
Too many of them today for Andy. Just regripping David Pallett. 85 remains. May go for 25 here. No, it goes aggressive. Leaves 28. And if the 1-3-1 doesn't go, and it's not going to, David Pallett could be in a dream situation here. He's making a fantastic start today. Won his first 2 games, on the brink of winning his 3rd.
91. David Ducar, 28.
And he
on
does
the 3rd leg. David
clinch
Pallett.
the 3rd leg, and he's on the brink of going clear at the top of the table. Pallett is 1 leg away from hitting 6 points here in Group C from a possible 6 available.
First, game on.
Andy Jenks, who served the only whitewash of the day to Robert Owen in his previous match.
140.
Well, roles could be reversed here, but makes a good start, Andy.
$131.
I watched a
95.
few highlights of Andy Jenkins last night. Just a bit of prep. It was a game against Mark Dudbridge, actually. I turned it off. Andy was so far ahead in the deciding leg. Just assume he won. But
100.
he's struggling to get to grips with David Pallett here.
101.
Yes, needs a treble to leave the biggie.
100.
Does leave the big fish. We haven't seen it this week. We've seen a 160 from Robert Owen. We've almost seen a 164 today.
65. David Ducar, 170.
It's a finishing style. No, but a couple of treble 19s maybe, or will he just stay up there? Yeah, another one to leave 36 and with really pressure at the ton. Just goes the wrong side, but it's still pressure.
100.
Jenks to stay alive. Top stops or treble 20, double 10. There's the first one.
80.
Second one.
David Ducar, 72.
His last start here. David Pallett, who's pulling clear at the top and not doing his leg difference any harm here if he converts this. And he's got 2 match starts to do it. And he does it, and he turns the scoreline on Andy Jenkins. He won his previous match 4-0, but he's on the receiving end, and David Pallett is starting to pull away in this group. Another great performance, 96 average, 4 out of 6 on the doubles. Clinical. David Pallett in a great position in Group C. He's on 6 points to a possible 6 played. And Conor Heneghan coming up next against Gavin Carlin. They're both on 2. They're looking to chase down David Pallett. David Pallett is setting the pace in this Group C in the quest to reach finals night on Saturday. He's won 3 matches from 3, a resounding victory just then over Andy Jenkins, 4 legs to 0. So plenty for the chasing pack to do. And in that chasing pack, these 2 players, Conor Heneghan and Gavin Carlin. Conor's been impressive actually today. He's unlucky to lose a game against David Pallett. There we see the league table. David Pallett on 6 points, 4 points difference. That gap will inevitably be closed because one of these is going to pick up 2 points here. But the leg difference key as well. 7 legs
Game on.
plus for David Pallett. But Conor Heneghan will somehow can't believe how he didn't beat David Pallett. He had 3 match darts to win 4-2. Back came
95.
Pallett and closed out victory. But based on what we've seen, you'd expect Conor to win this game. Gavin's had some flashes.
41.
A 1-3-6 finish. Had a match darts beat Robert Thornton. He could be on 2 wins from 2, Gavin. And he hasn't really clicked into gear today yet. But
60.
I like what I'm seeing from Conor Heneghan. A real talented player. A few loose darts. But at 23 years old, he's got plenty of time ahead.
58. $140. $140.
To fill up there, Gavin Carlin. Just crossing over the halfway stage now. Match 8 of 15. All players are into their 3rd match of the day. Well, Pallett and Jenkins have had their 3rd match. Conor
98. Conor Heneghan,
Gavin
72.
currently contesting it. We've got Robert Owen. The Battle of the Roberts. Robert Owen and Robert Thornton in our next match.
Game shot
Great
on the
start.
first leg. Conor
Great
Heneghan.
start from Conor Heneghan. Disappointment after losing the last match against David Pallett. He still won't believe how he did lose it, but he makes a bright start here. Pins that tops, the tops that eluded him victory against David Pallett, but off and running here against Carling.
125. $85. $125. $60. $30.
Can Heneghan find a break and give himself some breathing space? It's not
60.
looking likely in this leg. Pretty steady from Gavin so far. As I said earlier, had a dart double 13
134.
to win the match against Robert Thornton.
$82.
David Pallett, who is in top spot, has Robert Thornton and Gavin Carlin left to play. David Pallett will finish his session. Will finish the entire session. I see Gavin Carlin level up at 1 apiece. Yeah, real neat and tidy finish. He just is a little bit wayward at times on the doubles, but he'll keep chipping away, Gavin Carlin. Got a nice action. A lot different to Conor's. Conor's a little bit more lungy,
96.
but very effective. Let's have a look at the Gavin throw here. Yeah, just literally draw back and throw.
27.
Quick as well, but sprays him around there.
$100. $96. $41. $60.
Just not using the guide there, Gavin Carlin. Disappointed. Heneghan got a decent-ish lead. Hennigan's been the standout performance
58.
of the day. His match with Robert Thornton was a classic. Second match day, 108 average, 108 and a half, call it, from Conor Heneghan. And Robert was chucking almost 100 at him. That was the standout match of the day. That's the standout match of the week so far. In terms
100.
of statistics, we've got to mention Graham Usher, who won the opening match yesterday in 5 minutes and 48 seconds. That's the record, the quickest ever match in the online darts live league. Two one. If he hits this, yeah, brilliant finish.
Conor
Heneghan regrouping well. He'd have been disappointed with that Pallett defeat, but tidy finishing from both players, really, in the start of this match. 3 holes to throw. Heneghan leads 2-1.
Fourth leg, Gavin to throw first. Game on.
Average is pretty modest, but still a steady game here.
60.
Conor's next match is a game off after this. He's straight back on then against Andy Jenkins. So getting towards the end of the campaign
97.
In day one for these players. Remember, back tonight on Sporty Stuff TV from
60.
Just after 10 o'clock. Nathan Gervin, Matthew Edgar, Josh Payne, Conan Whitehead and Gian Van Veen. It's only a group of 5, but 3 spots available
95.
for finals night. It's a really good group to be involved in. Even I've got through that group a few times, so no pressure, lads.
$46.
Yeah, Conor trying to switch. Can't pick anything off.
95.
Yeah, a little shake of the head, Conor. He's
42.
Not happy, overly satisfied how he's played. He made such a bright start, and I think the defeat to David Pallett has dented his confidence slightly. A lot of head shaking going on, but still in a good position.
92.
Just got to keep himself in check here. 2-1 in front. Looks like he's going to go 2 apiece. But he's got the dart, so just dust himself down. Forget about what's happened in his leg, and the leg isn't done yet because Gavin Carlin has been a bit of a mixed bag on the outer ring.
14.
Illustrated there again.
81.
So Hennigan, Hennigan for 3-1.
75.
Chance missed.
Gavin, you acquire 40.
Big chance missed. For a real steal, that would have hurt Gavin Carlin. He may come back. He's moving right rather than left.
20.
Can't find it.
Conor, you acquire 6.
Hennigan now for a 3-1 lead, but this is awkward. Will he split? He's going straight for it. Now it's awkward. He may split now. He's done really well to get in there. How's he forced that through? But a big moment in this match. Conor Heneghan finds the first break in the match. He's 3-1 in front, looking to return to winning ways after surrendering a 3-1 lead to David Pallett in his previous match, but throwing for victory and to take himself up to 4 points, close the gap on David Pallett.
41.
Not starting brilliantly.
$60.
Better.
100.
Still not overly satisfied, is he, Conor? But if he gets out of here with a victory, he can't be too hard on himself. 2 wins from 3. 108 average in there as well.
125.
Gavin just looking at his hands there. A bit of a flyer, a slipper out of his hands. Doesn't grip properly. Great timing.
180.
First max of the match. And very much welcome from Conor Heneghan. Halves his score to 180.
95.
Level 140 now. He went 180, 140 on 2 occasions, back to back against David Pallett, and one knee of the legs. So that's why he's probably not hit a 140 here.
45.
Well, he didn't want that. Just being over aggressive. But I like what I see in Conor Heneghan.
100. Conor Heneghan 135.
He's got a problem now. If he hits the treble, I can't see that dart staying in.
99.
Good setup. If he'd hit the treble 20, he'd
Gavin
have to have gone for a ball, and I
121.
think he would have knocked that dart out. So maybe a blessing, really. But if Carlin takes the 1-2-1, which is on, very much on, double 14. And he does take a 1-2-1. Gavin Carlin hangs around in this match. And Conor Heneghan will be fearing the worst. He led 3-1 earlier on and lost 4-3. Just got to regroup. Big shot. Big moment for Gavin Carlin. And we are back on throw here.
$139.
This is good. Both players responding at the back end of the leg. Max number 2 for Hennigan in this match. Is it going to lead him towards victory?
96.
A second 4-2 win of the day would be if he gets it done in this leg.
$100. $58.
Not enough. Although it takes him ahead, Hennigan, well, has a chance to pounce, I say, but he's got to find a treble. Man,
41.
Not enough yet. Let's Gavin off the hook. And Carlin taking advantage. And how? And the double 14 he hit in the combination in the 1-2-1 is what awaits to set up a deciding leg. And Hennigan is going to have to
26.
go again here.
Gavin Carlin 20.
Carlin for 3 apiece. Yeah, he won't be feeling overly worried because 154 is a big ask for Conor. But
14.
I was just about to say, you don't want to go into 14.
154.
Well, another one of them. Wow. Tops. Oh, match start come and gone. Unlucky.
Gavin
Conor Heneghan. But Gavin, this ain't a foregone conclusion. Plenty of the bed to aim at, though. That's the risk. And Hennigan.
Conor Heneghan 40.
Is he about to pounce? Gavin looks to the heavens. He knows his race could be run. But it's
20.
not.
Gavin Carlin 4.
Hennigan again missing darts at tops to win a match. Carlin down at double 2.
Game shown as 6 legs.
The deciding leg. The drama seems to follow Gavin. But he responds from 3-1 down. He sends us to a decider. 3 apiece. And Conor Heneghan will be fearing the worst here, especially after what happened against David Pallett and his mismatched darts at tops. I'll be delighted with that visit, though. In a deciding leg, you'll take a 140.
$100.
He'll take back-to-back 140s.
$123.
Carlin won't go away. It's not all been plain sailing for Gavin today, but I tell you what, he's battled away in every match he's played. But surely Conor Heneghan will clinch victory from here. Maximum number 3 for Conor. And is it back-to-back defeats incoming for Gavin Carlin? He's in the deciding leg for the 3rd time out of 3 today, Gavin Carlin. But again, he loses out. He lost out to Robert Thornton and he's lost out to Conor Heneghan. Conor back to winning ways. Missed some match darts to clinch it 4-2, but got there in the end. 3 maximums. Heneghan is back up and running. He closed the gap, like I said, on David Pallett to 2 points. And them two starting to maybe pull away. It's the 2 Roberts coming up next. Robert Thornton and Robert Owen. Welcome back to the Online Darts Live League here on Sporty Stuff TV. Group C, we're getting towards the business end of the opening day. We've just seen Conor Heneghan close the gap to David Pallett, taking his tally up to 4 points. It's Pallett who leads the way with 3 wins from 3. It's now the turn of the two Roberts. Got a UK Open semi-finalist against the former UK Open champion, Robert Owen, who's a semi-finalist when losing out to Corey Cadby. Thornton won it in style back in 2012, beating Phil the Power Taylor. And Robert dug in deep in his previous match. There we see 2 points. Robert Owen yet tries to win. He was 3-1 down to Gavin Carlin. But if he wins here, it puts a real different complexion on it for Robert Thornton, and a healthy win. He leapfrogged Conor and closed the gap to David Pallett. And Robert still gets a crack at David Pallett. They're yet to play David, but starting to take shape. Robert Owen, the only player without points on the board, looking to end that here. But it's a big ask. Robert Owen kicking things off here. This is our 9th match of the day. We've got another 6 to follow.
140.
Statement of intent early.
140.
Great start. Yeah, just looking to stack on top. Complete contrast the way the darts land in the board. You see Robert's very prominent, sticking up in the board. Robert Thornton, that is.
100.
We'll see the Robert Owen dart now, hence the nickname Stack Attack. And he attacks the treble 20 on the second
81.
dart.
85.
Good pace to Robert Thornton's game. Now, it picked up at the back end against Gavin Carlin earlier. Survived a match dart there as well. So that was a big win for Thornton.
$100. 60.
Can't find a treble.
Robert, your car 120.
Now then. Good dart from Robert Owen. He's hit a 120 already today. Make that 120 number 2. And is this going to kickstart his day? Kickstart his week. He hasn't really got out of first gear all week, Robert Owen. Stuttered his way through Group A. Picked up a couple of wins of some good performances, but just not enough victories. But a bright start and something to work with in this tie against Thornton.
60.
I said we're back with Group B just after 10 o'clock tonight. Nathan Gervin and Conor White are kicking things off in that group. Quick group, that one, only 10 matches for 3 spots as well. It's a really good opportunity to make finals like that group. A lot trickier in this one.
$45. 57. 41. 58.
Yeah, and Thornton just starting to get on his own back here. That looks loose. He's elected to stay there.
170.
Yeah, sensible play with the last one, Robert Owen. He had to do that. This is good from Robert Owen. Best little spell of play we've seen from him today. Sort of a sarcastic reaction from Robert Thornton, as if to say, where have those trebles been? But Owen for a second ton plus finish of the match. Not going to go here.
97. Robert, your car 86.
Treble 18. For the ball.
61.
Can't pin it.
Robert, your car 8.
He's going to do well to get in there.
Game shot
Fair
on the
play,
second
he
leg.
does do
Robert
well.
Owen.
The angle didn't look to favour Robert Owen. It looked like he blocked the bet, but he just forced it through and he doubles his lead. And Robert Thornton's made a slow start to this match, and so far he's being made to pay. It's Robert Owen
to throw
who's
first.
taken the
Game
early
on.
initiative. He's 2-0 in front, looking to register his first points in Group C. Halfway there. And making a good start to the third leg. He's playing well, Robert Owen.
$60.
Robert Thornton is giving himself a bit of a hard time here.
$60. $100. $100. $57.
Can Owen race into a 3-leg lead?
140.
There's been a couple of whitewashes today. Robert Owen's been on the receiving end of one.
60. Robert, you require 61.
$59. Tops. No pressure.
21.
He'll be back. Andy Jenkins dished out a 4-0 defeat to Robert Owen. And then Jenks on the receiving end from David Pallett. Robert Thornton will hope he's not going to join
60.
that club, but he's
Robert, you require 40.
edging close to it because Robert Owen could be leading 3-0 in a couple of seconds' time. He
Game
is
shown the
leading
third leg.
3-0.
Robert Owen.
It's all too comfortable for Robert Owen so far, and he's in a great position to register his first win of the day. Robert Thornton's got plenty to do. He came from 3-1 down to win earlier, Robert Thornton, but he'll need to eclipse that here. 4 straight legs needed, or it is a second defeat of the day for Robert Thornton.
57. $123. $100. $60.
He's going to do well to get in there. Thornton, though.
$140.
Unlucky the last one. Well thrown, just caught the darts that were already in the treble 20 deflection. But Robert Owen. Surely switch.
60.
I don't get that play. For me, there's no way through. And it doesn't suit the way his darts land. They're not below the wire.
42.
And Thornton. Well, look at that slip. Leaves 162. 2 treble visit here. Puts Robert Owen in a great position. And there's one of him. Surely he adds another one.
140.
Robert Owen's going to get a shot for the match at 118. He might not get a dart a double for the match, but he's going to get a shot at the 118.
58.
And Thornton doesn't leave it overly handy. We could be looking at a third whitewash at the day here. If this tops goes in. And it does go in. Robert Owen gets his first point of the day. Misery for Robert Thornton. 3 whitewashes. Robert Owen's been involved in 2 on the receiving end, but he dishes out the 4-0 victory there. Great victory for Robert Owen. And is it going to kick-start his campaign in Group C? Decent average again. Decent checkout percentages. And yeah, well and truly the better player there. He beats Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 0. Our next match, we see Conor Heneghan return to face Andy Jenkins. Welcome back to Sporty Stuff TV, getting to the business end of the first day's action here in Group C. We've got Conor Heneghan taking on Andy Jenkins, and this is a big game in terms of the league table. If Conor Heneghan beats Andy Jenkins here, him and David Pallett are starting to pull away. They'd both be on 6 points and starting to cut themselves adrift from the rest of the field. We've just seen Robert Owen register his first win of the day, so he's got his campaign off and running, a 4-0 victory over Robert Thornton. But this is a big game, particularly for Andy Jenkins. He's dished out a 4-0 victory to Robert Owen. He's been on the receiving end from Dave Pallett, and then that scrappy last leg decider with Gavin Carlin. Conor with the best performance of the day, 108 average over Robert Thornton. He beat Gavin Carlin last time out in the last leg decider. He's lost the last leg decider to David Pallett. But the group is shaping up nicely. You feel Jenkins needs to win this, and he's just having too many darts drift around, and he recognises, you see the frustration.
58.
It's a better dart, but can't follow it.
122.
Good last start.
Brilliant
darts from Conor. Andy Jenkins had that run to a semi-final of the World Championships back in 2007.
93.
Ended at the hands of Raymond Van Barno, but there's some great victories in there. Colin Osborne. Adrian Lewis was a big tie as well.
100. Andy O'Carr, 160.
And Jenks looking for an opening hole to throw here.
60. Conor O'Carr, 146.
Can't find it.
$82. Andy O'Carr, 100.
No joy for the opening leg. Treble 15, treble 19, couple of options. Goes to treble 15, and Conor could break here with his 64.
84. Conor O'Carr, 64.
And he's going to get 2 darts for it. Just shuffling across. Big dart. Andy Jenkins watching on, hoping to get a go. He's not going to get a go.
First leg. Conor Heneghan.
And Conor Heneghan breaks early here, and he's put himself in a great opportunity to sort of put a bit of breathing space between him, David Pallett, and the rest of the group.
Second leg, Conor to throw
the league
first.
table so far, we've got David Pallett on 6 points, Conor on 4. The remaining players are all 83. On 2. We've got David Pallett up next against Robert Thornton.
140.
That could prove a massive game. And it could put Pallett one game close to a clean sweep of the day.
$96.
Good switch from Andy. It's the whole throw here. A really good display, his victory over Robert Owen earlier.
140.
4-0. 4 out of 7 on doubles, average around about 91. But the doubles what was impressive, because he missed
65.
12 darts at doubles in the match against Gavin Carlin. 15, sorry. So to recover,
140.
It's just been a bit stop-start for Andy. And he's looking like going 2-0 down here.
140. Conor O'Carr, 38.
Lucky the last one, but straight at it looks like. And
Yeah,
why not? 2-0 Conor Heneghan in
Heneghan.
no time at all. And he is looking to take his points tally to 6 points. It would be 3 wins from 4. The only blemish on the record was the game against Dave Pallett. He had match starts to win it.
Game on.
It's been a good campaign. There we see decent averages, decent from Andy as well, but it's Conor who's been
43.
more clinical. And already a chance to get stuck into Andy Jenkins' throw again, and doing it in some style.
177.
Great switching, great play from Conor.
100.
The last one from Andy. But the situation looking a bit desperate for Andy Jenkins again here. The Jenks is in trouble.
59. 100. 133.
And everything's going right for Conor Heneghan in this match so far.
105. Conor Heneghan
towards 103. And he's in all likelihood going to come back, even if he doesn't. Yeah, it's great setup play. And it's forcing Andy Jenkins to take the 153, and he's not going to.
137. Conor Heneghan 40.
For a 3-leg lead. He's chasing doubles.
35.
Andy off the hook.
Andy
Is that the
O'Connor,
foothold
16.
Andy Jenkins needs to get in this tie? 8-8. Edging closer.
No score.
How close can you
Conor
get?
Heneghan 5.
Unlucky for Andy, but got to convert those chances. Still tricky for Conor. 2-2. Last dart.
3.
No, so
Andy
more
O'Connor,
chances for Andy
16.
Jenks. It's all got a bit scrappy. It was looking pretty good for Conor. Double 4.
8. Conor
Jenkins
Heneghan
missing
2.
doubles again. He's missed 6 for this leg. Conor's missed 5. Make that 6.
No
Make
score.
that
Andy
7.
O'Connor 8.
Surely Andy Jenkins converts now. A mess of a leg. But Andy
the third leg.
will not mind a 22 dart leg just to give him a foothold in the tie. But what that could do for the thought process of Conor Heneghan now, he thinks, well, he should be 3-0 up.
Like
He's throwing at 2-1 now, and he's just got to regroup. This is where Andy Jenkins needs to use experience and really attack the Conor Heneghan throw.
60.
And he has a chance to here.
$41.
Well, he didn't really attack as he should have done there, Andy.
99.
Just a score of 41. That's a better visit. Just trying to find some consistency here, Andy. Struggled so far.
41. 140. 100.
Good visit, but Andy Jenkins in charge. How this game has turned.
125.
Good visit again. Andy Jenkins was offered the lifeline in the previous leg, and he's taken advantage of it here.
96. Andy O'Connor 55.
15 for tops. Oof. But gets the tops. That's a lot better leg from Andy Jenkins, and has that bit of luck he got in the third leg rejuvenated himself here, because that's a breaker throw. It's now 2 apiece. Conor Heneghan should have converted the last leg and could have been thrown for the match. All of a sudden, he's involved in an absolute scrap. And
45. 125.
Good recovery from hitting a big 5 to jump all over the opening visit of Andy Jenkins.
140
as well, and this is as composed as Andy's looked in this match, the last leg and a bit. The head shake and stopped. He's just trying to keep a lid on his emotions, just trying to focus.
46. 97. 95. 45. 44.
Oh, loses one to the floor. And now that makes it difficult to leave a finish. And it was in a pivotal part of the match. Andy Jenkins senses he's turning this game around. Big 15, big 19, either one. It'll likely be big 15. And this is a good little spell from Andy Jenkins. He's the better player now.
45.
Conor will not believe how he's let this match from his grasp. He's still not out of it yet, but he's 3-2 down. He had stacks of darts to lead 3-0. Conor with a double break. He's now 3-2 down and throwing to save the match. Andy Jenkins has turned this match around.
Like
Can he complete the turnaround and get his second victory of the day? But it's Hennigan who starts this sixth leg.
140.
And he starts it well.
$100. $100.
Just in the wrong bed. Can Jenks
79.
Trying to switch down. Advantage Conor in this leg. Looking to stop the rot. The last three legs have gone the way of Andy Jenkins.
94.
This is game 10. 5 more remain. Thornton, Pallett, Carlin,
42.
Owen. Thornton, Jenkins, Robert Owen versus Conor Heneghan. And then we wrap things up with David Pallett. Tabletop at the minute. Against Gavin Carlin. And then, yeah, I don't blame Conor for doing that. We all like to see the big finish, but there's a bigger picture here for Conor. Needs to win the
140.
leg.
Conor Heneghan.
Tops
40.
will send us to a decider.
And
we are going to a decider. It's the second one that involves Andy Jenkins today. It's the third one that involves Conor. He's 1-1 at the minute. He lost out to David Pallett.
Andy to throw first.
He was victorious against Gavin Carlin. Can he be victorious against Andy Jenkins here?
100.
Steady start. Andy Jenkins lost out to Gavin Carlin
96
in that real scrap in a deciding leg. And that was, he had loads of darts as well. That was against the darts. He has the advantage of throwing here.
135.
I'm making it count. Brilliant from Andy Jenkins, particularly after going in the treble 5. But back comes Conor. And in style. We've got some last leg in prospect here. The first max belongs
137
to Conor Heneghan, but Andy Jenkins, 9 darts thrown, 129. He's responding. And this last leg, the pressure of it all is bringing out the best in the players.
85. Andy Hennigan, 129.
Bullseye for victory.
89. Conor Heneghan, 140.
Sorry, no, it was 72. Getting carried away, Webby. The excitement of it all.
60. Andy Hennigan, 40.
Jenks to seal the deal. Big win this would be. Really big win for Andy Jenkins. He was on the mat at 2-0 down. It looked like it was going 3-0. That one will hurt Conor Heneghan, but look at that. Andy Jenkins, he played well in the second half of that game. The last leg was brilliant. Andy Jenkins puts himself in the mix at the top of this table. He's tied now with Conor on 4 points. David Pallett, who is top on 6 points, we're going to see him in a few moments' time. He's taking on Robert Thornton. Still going well for David Pallett. Just seen Andy Jenkins climb onto 4 points, beating Conor Heneghan. So David Pallett is still clear at the top of the table. And he's got a game in hand here as well. So 3 wins from 3. He's looking to make it 4 wins from 4 here against Robert Thornton, who just hasn't settled today. Got 1 win, but that was from 3-1 down. That was a bit of a scrap. But David Pallett with victory here can put himself in a great position. He'd have, I wouldn't say 1 foot in the finals night, but he's putting himself in the driving seat. Thornton down the bottom of the table. He lost out to Robert Owen last time, and Pallett with 2 games remaining. Robert Thornton here and Gavin Carlin, and he's a couple of decent performances away from clean sweeping through first day here
Looks like
in
it's
Group
Robert to
C.
go first. Game on.
Thornton needs a win to put himself in a mix. And it's Thornton who kicks things off. A penny for Conor Heneghan's thoughts
22.
after the way he lost that last game. So many darts to lead 3-0. Then he went on to lose it 4-3. That one will hurt, as did the victory, the defeat to David Pallett. It could all be so
60.
different for the Irishman today, but he's still well in the mix. He's got 1 more match coming later on against Robert Owen. That's our penultimate match of the day before David Pallett wraps things up against Gavin Carlin.
42.
Mentioning Gavin Carlin, he will return in our next match. Here's Robert Owen, who's off and running. Robert, good performance in his last game, 4-0.
$56.
Slow start to this one. Match 11 of 15. Double session today. Back at just after 10 o'clock.
100
With Group B action. Whitehead, Edgar, Van Veen, Payne, Gervin. Promises to be a decent group.
100.
Thornton fires the first max.
81.
Can Pallett keep this incredible run going? Started brilliantly here. Still not over the halfway mark in this leg with 9 darts thrown. He is now.
140.
Does leave a finish, but it's a biggie. But we have seen it this week from Gavin Carlin. And it's probably going to have to go for David Pallett if he wants to win the opening leg here.
145.
It's not going to. So Thornton has teed this leg up well, to be fair, after a slow start to the leg.
105. Robert, you call 40. Game shown on the first leg.
Thornton,
Robert Thornton.
16 dart leg. That's a really good leg considering the start he made. Thornton off and running here. Needs a victory. Only 2 points on the board so far, and a really disappointing performance last time, but already a bright start from 2-time PDC major winner Robert Thornton.
140.
Pallett coming to life here as well. Been a good group today, particularly for Pallett. Still plenty of games
100
to go today. Second max, both Robert Thornton. Plenty of games today, and then the fixtures reversed tomorrow. So David Pallett and Gavin Carlin, which will be our last game, is our first game tomorrow. And for example,
92.
in this game, Robert Thornton had the darts. He will be against the darts against David Pallett tomorrow. So all levels out, and it all culminates in a race for a place in finals night on Saturday evening. That's all on Sporty Stuff TV as well. The format for that, 2 groups of 3. Top 2 go through. Semi-finals, final, and a 3rd place as well. The top 3 advance into a special Champions of Champions group that will take place in a few weeks' time. So many incentives, and the £6,000 prize money as well.
127.
Fantastic incentives in the online darts live league for the players. Being played in a perfect environment as well. Just a regrip there from Dave, but looking like going 2-0 down
89.
here.
Robert Lucar 54.
Tops for Thornton. Good guide. Just got a feather off it. Yeah, it does. It's a bright start from Robert.
Robert Thornton.
First 6 starts with a bit of a wobble, but since then he's been pretty good and now puts himself in a great position. And this could be the first defeat inflicted on David Pallett today. David did rally from 3-1 down against Conor Heneghan earlier. He may have to do something similar here. It's a bright start from both, but the best spell of play we've seen from Thornton today.
64.
Finally starting to get to grips with it.
$128.
Great from Thornton, his third max, average creeping up to the 110 mark. It's taken him a while, but Thornton is hitting his peak here.
60.
He was on the receiving end of a similar average from Conor Heneghan in the opening match. Well, I say the opening match of Robert's campaign today.
99.
He's got a decent rhythm, a decent pace, and Pallett is staring at a 3-0 deficit here. But won't go away, David. Recovered from 3-1.
WK 158.
But he may have to recover from 3-0 here because Robert can just tee this up.
82.
Good last one, he needed that. Pallett. He was on this earlier on and scored 140 and tied up the 33.
$96. Robert Yukar 76.
Double 8 for 3-0.
68.
No. So is this the lifeline Pallett needs?
77.
As dominant as Robert's been, this would put the match back on throw. Tops for 2-1. Can't find it, so more chances. You can see the anguish. It's a well-thrown dart, but not quite on the target. Thornton for 3-0. Oh, close to busting. Close to nothing.
No score.
And does
David
bust.
Yukar 40.
So a scrappy leg. And it's undone all the good work of Robert Thornton. He'd flown out the blocks here. Really got stuck into David Pallett. No, what is that there? Into
20.
a 1, and that puts
Robert
pay to that.
8.
Surely now. Thornton makes it 3-0. He does. Deserves to as well, to be fair. 3-0 Robert Thornton racing away with this match. And it's looking like it could be a first defeat of the day for David Pallett. Thornton needs one more leg. And he was whitewashed last time. He's looking to dish out the whitewash here. Pallett's dished one out already to Andy Jenkins. 3 in total today. Are we about to see whitewash number 4?
92. $140.
And a bright start from Robert. 4 more matches remain after this one.
$100.
How much has David Pallett got left in
100.
this match? May not be long. Best performance of the day from Robert Thornton. I know he averaged a little bit more against Conor, but in terms of getting out in front and leading a match.
140. $83.
This is good from Pallett. Said he wouldn't go away, he's not
129.
going to. It's only a hold of throw, but it looks like he's going to get his first leg on the board in this match.
121. David Yukar 40.
Pallett for 3-1. Yeah, good
Game shot on the 4th
Pallett
leg. David
will keep
Pallett.
chipping away. Robert Thornton has the darts, though, to throw for victory here. But David Pallett keeps the match going, prolongs the tie. But can Thornton finish it here in this leg?
Robert to throw first. Game on.
Back to winning ways. Loss, win, loss. Could the pattern continue with a win here?
58.
Thornton.
$50. 134.
Good switch. Robert, after opening visit with no trebles.
$128.
And again, finds a couple of trebles, spraying around the board, but Thornton is edging closer to victory here. 185 points away from doubling his points tally up to 4 points.
100.
Brilliant from Robert.
145.
Really good after an opening visit of 58 to leave 40 after 12 for a much needed victory. And it would be the first defeat of the day for David Pallett.
46.
And
Robert
can't leave
Lupin,
anything.
40.
Thornton for 4-1. Not there yet. Yeah, still not there. Still got some fiddling to do as well because he's going back for double five, or he may split, but Pallett needs to apply pressure.
$140.
140, that is pressure, but Thornton to finish the
Shot
job, and he
and
does, and
match.
that is the
Thornton.
first defeat of the day for David Pallett. Still a good day so far for David Pallett. He'll be back in our final match of the day. He loses 100% record, still played well, good performance from Robert Thornton, and David Pallett still top, but now suffers his first defeat. 4-1, Robert Thornton wins, and we get a look at Robert Owen and Gavin Carlin in our next match. Just seen Robert Thornton inflict the first defeat of the day on David Pallett, 4-1 to take him up to 4 points. David Pallett still sitting pretty at the top on 6 points, and it now makes this next match a battle of the bottom two. Robert Owen and Gavin Carlin both on 2 points. Gavin Carlin's only win came against Andy Jenkins earlier on. Robert Owen won last time out by 4-0. Here's Robert Thornton, so it's all getting a bit tight. David Pallett, one more match remaining. He'll face Gavin Carlin in our final match of the day. And this is the game in hand for Robert Owen and Gavin Carlin. All players at the conclusion of this match will have played 4 matches, and we go into our last round of games, which is Thornton v Jenkins, Owen versus Hennigan, and Pallett versus Gavin Carlin. So 4 more matches. Match number 12 incoming, and a big one for these two. The loser is cut adrift at the bottom.
First leg is Gavin to throw first. Game on.
Gavin with the darts here. To kick things off. And what's that?
100. $30. 57.
Yeah, slow start for Robert Owen, just 30. But Gavin Carlin had a match start to beat Robert Thornton earlier. So it could have been a little better.
180.
Robert Owen fires in a maximum. Looking to get himself going. Hasn't really kicked into gear this week. He'll admit that himself.
140. $60. 60.
Just trying to force it in there, Gavin. Chance for Robert Owen with a big score here.
$60. Gavin, your car 144.
Another one of them. Can't find it.
128.
Good setup though. Good lead from Gavin Carlin. Had a 136 earlier on today. It was all in vain. He went on to lose the match, but
131.
that's a good set
Gavin,
from Robert as well.
16.
But Gavin for the opening leg on throw here. Yeah,
shot on
good
the
tidy
first
leg
leg,
from
Gavin
Gavin.
Carlin.
And the setup play was really good from both. But Gavin Carlin, despite that 180 from Robert Owen, takes the opening leg with the darts. Carlin knows victory.
Second leg,
Would
Robert
see
to
him
throw
pull clear of
first.
Robert
Game
Owen.
on.
They're both on 2 points at the foot of the table.
$60. 95. $60.
Can Gavin Carlin get himself out in front and have a comfortable game?
140.
Seems to be a lot of drama in his games, but his best performance of the last few days was against Robert Owen, 102 average. And that was in spite of Robert Owen averaging 102 against him. So
100.
there's been flashes of it from Gavin. He'll admit the consistency hasn't been there, but
58.
can he have a good end to the day? He wins here and beats David Pallett. He's well in the mix, Gavin, so still plenty to play for. And he's making a bright start here.
$81.
But here comes the pressure.
140.
That's
Gavin
enough.
Carl 120.
He'd have liked the last one, but he'd have settled for that. But saying that, he might not get a go. Robert Owens hit this week.
102.
Gavin can't join him.
Robert, your car 81. 41. Gavin, your car 25.
For a 2-leg lead. This is a big dart for Gavin. And
Green
he's up
shot
to
on
the
the
challenge.
second
That's a
leg.
great
Gavin
dart.
Carlin.
Shuffling along the hockey. Gavin Carlin opens up a 2-leg lead over Robert Owen. And Gavin Carlin quietly again going about his business in this match. And like I said, a victory here and then victory in the last game. David Pallett really puts himself in the equation when we come back tomorrow morning and resume and conclude Group C.
85. $60. 135. 100.
Yeah, can't quite stack on top. Carlin in a good position to go 3-0 up here.
97.
Decent switch. It's as comfortable as Gavin Carlin's looked today. Averaging
55.
call it 90, but doing enough. And pulling himself away from Robert Owen here.
59. 60. Gavin, your car 125.
Time for Gavin, 100 left. Treble 20 or... Got to be careful, he doesn't force this too much and drift into... Yeah, that's a good
85.
dart. A really good dart. Clever dart from Gavin Carlin. You start trying to force that on the treble 20, you hit a 1, and then all of a sudden Robert hits a 140, 180. It becomes a bit messy when it doesn't need to be.
85. Gavin, your car 40.
Carlin for 3-0. Chasing doubles.
35.
And now then.
Robert, your car
And
141.
He knows he'll probably come back, but he won't relish coming back for 5.
$97. Gavin, your car 5. Shot on the third
really
leg.
good from Gavin Carlin, because he won't relish in coming back for that. He saw his reaction on the previous visit when he drifted into the 5s. But that is a 3-leg lead. And Robert Owen, who's been beaten to 0 once already today, is staring at it again. And he just can't kickstart anything, Robert Owen, in the last few days. He gets a win, but he can't back it up. He won his last game resoundingly against Thornton 4-0.
45.
Roles reversed, and he's made a sloppy start to this 4th leg.
100. 60. 123.
Carlin keen to get the job done here, and like I said earlier on, you can win games 4-0. Legs will at some point come into play, I'm sure. We saw it yesterday.
100.
Josh Payne needed to win his match 4-1, had darts to do it, ended up winning 4-2, was eliminated. Well, I'd say eliminated, was put into Group B.
140.
Two maximums in the game, both come from Robert
55.
Owen. Well, haven't led
Gavin,
to a leg though.
138.
May not lead to this leg. 129. Good
89. Robert, your car
49 remains, and in all likelihood we'll get a go at it. Unless Robert Owen finds the treble 17, he can.
137.
Does apply pressure.
Gavin, your car
But Carlin to finish the job here. Double top. does
He
finish
shot
the
on
job.
mark. Gavin
And
Carlin.
another whitewash day. 4 for the day. 2 for Robert Owen. He's dished one out, but he's been on the receiving end of 2. And Gavin Carlin takes his tally up to 4 points. He's now in the mix. He's got one more game against David Pallett a bit later on. That is the final match of the day. But there's the stats. The 180s belong to Robert Owen, but the legs belong to Gavin Carlin. 4-0 he wins. We've got David Pallett, Robert Thornton, and Andy Jenkins coming up next. we are now at the last round of matches on day one of Group C. 3 more matches to play, and it's getting tight at the top now. That Robert Thornton victory over David Pallett has really made it interesting. Look at that. Pallett on 6. And if he loses to Carlin in the last match, victories for either Robert or Jenkins and Conor, and we could have a few players tied on 6. This could go to the wire. And this game is a biggie.
First leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Andy Jenkins through a hedge in the break.
Game on.
What's happened to his Barnet there, but this is a big game. Robert Thornton was back to his feisty self in his last match as he did a job on David Pallett. Can he end the day with back-to-back victories?
100.
Thornton Jenkins up now. Then it's Robert Owen versus Conor Heneghan. And then David Pallett against Gavin Carlin
60.
to end the day. And then we switch our attention to Group B later on this evening. Gervin, Whitehead, Payne, Edgar and Gian Van Veen contest that group with 3 places available. Reminder, 6 spots at finals night 1 is already occupied. Graham Usher, who won Group A, he sits tight for a couple of days. He'll be joined from 2 from this group and the top 3 from Group B. And it all culminates on Saturday evening from around about 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV. Will one of these 2 feature?
100.
Darts like that, Andy Jenkins is going to put himself in the mix.
99. 59. Robert, your car 102.
97. 57 for tops. Good recovery from Robert.
Game shot on the
and
first
gets
leg.
the tops.
Robert
Really
Thornton.
good finish there. We see. You couldn't quite see on the first camera angle, but Thornton tidied up really well. Deviates into the 5, but tidies up 1 leg in favour of Thornton. It is only with the throw that can Thornton have a strong finish to the day. If he can beat Andy here, back-to-back victories over him and Pallett would put him in a great position.
59.
Andy Jenkins was telling him if he wins the event and the £6,000 top prize, he's
180.
Robert fires in a 180. He's going to propose to his long-term partner, Karen. Act surprised, Karen. I don't think I was supposed to say anything.
26.
If he throws like that, there'll be no £6,000 coming his way. Thornton is on the march at the back end of today.
100. 96. 140.
Good from the Thorn, this. He's upped it. He's kicked into gear the last couple of games.
140.
He was good against Pallett. His only other victory earlier on against Gavin Carlin was from 3-1 down. He had to dig deep, but this is more fluent. There's more pace. Although he's got a bit wayward there, so he's just got to take a step back here. He's okay.
41.
That's fine. Sets up the 81 and looking like a breaker throw.
$60. Robert, your car 40.
Tops for 2-0. 10s. No,
30.
so offering Andy Jenkins a lifeline in this opening leg.
120.
Shanghai. Done the first part.
80.
Shocker with the
Robert,
second
your
one.
car 10.
Thornton. Surely.
5.
Oh, how unlucky is that
Andy
deflection.
Car 40.
Gets
Game
away
shown
with
the
one.
second
Andy
leg.
Jenkins.
Andy
Missed doubles from Robert Thornton. 1 apiece. Big game. Big end to the day for one of these 2. And nerves already shown. Thornton came out the blocks firing, but
Third leg, Robert,
and
to
there's
throw
all his
first.
good work. They should have broke through. There should be 2-0 up, but it's 1 apiece in the balance. Game 13 of 15. 2 more after this.
95.
And then we switch our attention to Group B later on this evening.
60. 99. $140.
And Andy Jenkins, we saw this against Conor Heneghan earlier. He looked out of the game early doors, got a bit of luck, and then rose to the occasion, went on and beat Conor.
81. $79.
One of these players will go into the break overnight with 6 points.
97. $140. Robert Yaqua, 129.
2 double 18s maybe. No. Just steady himself. That's fine. It's as if he thought he'd miscounted there.
105.
And I think that pause cost Robert. And that costly for Andy Jenkins, not even getting a minimum dart at the bullseye. For 2-1 for Robert. Missed some doubles in the previous leg. He's missing again here. This is big. Steadying himself. Big dart. And Robert
12.
misses again.
Andy Yaqua, 40.
He's missed 10 darts of doubles in this match already. We're only in the third leg. Andy Jenkins hasn't missed a double at all. He gets the break, leads 2-1. Thornton dominating the scoring, I should say, but not the finishing. 2-1 Andy Jenkins with a break of throw. Jenks looking to end the day with 6 points, and he's got the break he needed. He's just got to consolidate, and he'll see it as a satisfactory day's work here in Group C.
97. $135. $140. $59.
Jenks got to consolidate that break.
96.
2 on the doubles. Thornton 1 from 11.
140.
But has a shot in this leg at 167. But Andy will not be overly concerned. He'll fancy himself to tee up and he'll expect a return.
100. Robert Yaqua, 167.
Or is this the game changer? It's not. Thornton into the treble 1.
123. Andy Yaqua,
seen that a lot from Robert today. What we haven't seen a lot from Andy in this game is missed doubles. And we still haven't. 3 from 3 on the doubles. Andy Jenkins on the brink of victory. 3-1 he leads now. He's won the last 3 legs. And on that leg, no missed doubles needed from Robert Thornton. That was clean from Andy Jenkins. He's on the brink of taking his tally up to 6 points. There's only 2 defeats. Pallett and Carlin. Pallett and Carlin were the top 2 going into this match. And they, at our final match of the day, they may not be the top 2 by the time we come round to that match. Conor Heneghan can move on to 6 points.
140.
If he defeats Robert Owen in our next match. But Jenks making a charge here in Group C.
41. $135.
And really is forcing the issue. And Robert Thornton has unravelled here.
134.
Led 1-0. Stacks darts to win the second leg. 4 darts to win the third leg.
100.
And since then, he's had no more darts. And it could be victory incoming for Andy Jenkins. Thornton.
60. Andy Yaqua,
what happened? Leaves the 170, but treble 16 maybe.
90.
Treble 20 leaves 28, and unless Robert can hit the 170, Jenks. Good effort. Jenks
94.
To win 4
Andy
legs in
requires
succession
28.
and to be 4 out of 4 on the doubles. And he is
Game
4 out
shot
of
on
4
the
on the
mat,
doubles.
Andy
Clinical from
Jenkins.
Andy Jenkins. He ends the day on 6 points. He'll take that because he's had a few wobbles today, Andy Jenkins, but that was his best performance of the day. 100% checkouts. Highest checkout 68, but that's the key scoreline. 4-1. Andy Jenkins up to 6 points. His campaign's done for the day, as is Roberts. They'll be back tomorrow. We now take a look at Conor Heneghan as he takes on Robert Owen. Ultimate match of the day incoming. Robert Owen to take on Conor Heneghan. Mixed fortunes for these two. Conor has played really well today. Probably will feel a little aggrieved it hasn't got a few more points. He had match starts against Dave Pallett earlier, and he had chances to lead 3-0 against Andy Jenkins. It could be a lot better, but courtesy of that victory at Andy Jenkins, he is well and truly in the mix. Look at that. 6 points tied with David Pallett. If Gavin Carlin wins his game and Conor wins his game, we'll have 4 players on an overnight points tally of 6, and it will make it interesting going into the conclusion of Group C tomorrow. But we've got a lot between now and then. We've got Conor here, who will fancy his chances because it's been a real mixed bag from Robert today, but Robert can put himself in the mix a little bit as well.
First.
It's Robert's darts. Can he end his campaign with a victory? A really stuttery campaign, well, all week really for Robert, but he has got the game to produce
180.
a winning streak, and evidence is there already. Starts with a maximum.
80. 100.
Yeah, bright start from Robert.
26.
Lunged into that dart, did Conor, and already probably contemplating writing this leg off. He'll still keep chipping away.
140.
But he's a fair way behind. It is only against the darts. He won't be panicking yet, but I think if Conor loses this match, he'll back to his hotel room tonight thinking he's been a bit short-changed from the way he played today. But you create your own luck, and you've got to get over the line when you get the chances. 11 dart hold.
Game shot on the first.
That is an 11 dart hold. That is very impressive from Robert Owen. And Robert Owen, like I said, has been so stop-start today, but he's got this sort of spell in him. You won't be surprised if he raced away and won this get 4-0 with a 100-plus average. He has got it. But just finding it on a consistent basis. But he strikes first here against Hennigan.
100. 96.
Surely. Yeah, had to
180.
Decent maximum that from Conor.
180.
Well, back-to-backers.
96. 26. Conor Heneghan 125.
That maximum took Conor into double figures, 10th of the day.
45.
That's careless. And you could see just a little frustrated skip.
And
here comes the pressure.
Conor 80.
Conor should be looking at least 20 for tops. He's rescued it pretty well there.
70.
Needed
Robert
more.
Heneghan 66.
For 2-0.
50.
No. So breathing
Conor
space not
Heneghan
there.
10.
Conor will have lost count the amount of legs he's really teed up well today and failed to convert.
No
and
score.
here is
Robert
another
Heneghan
one, and the shake of the
69.
head, and it's happened all too often for Conor today.
No score. Conor Heneghan 10.
Robert Owen lets him off the hook, getting a bit scrappy early doors here. It's a big game. Well, that one's fly. You felt the other wire move.
5.
And
Robert
Conor
Heneghan 16.
He's getting frustrated, and why wouldn't you? This 8 darts at doubles, all come and gone for Conor. Well, he's going to get another go.
Conor, you require 5.
Robert's only hit 1 from 8. This is a scrappy leg, but now then, is Conor going to tidy up? Up to double 1. He won't relish this. You can see he's having to move along as well. Fair play. Really
Conor
good
Heneghan.
dart. When you've missed stacks of darts at doubles, the last thing you want is a block double 1. But Conor Heneghan got in there, levels up the match 1 apiece. Robert Owens missed a trick there, but we have a level game. Scrappy second leg at the back end of day 1 in Group C.
64.
Look at the average.
120.
I mean, it doesn't help that Conor's missed 9 darts at double, so that will rise, I guarantee you.
82. 121. 26.
So Robert Owen, it's turned on its head here. Conor could have been 2-0 down.
140.
Now, looking to move 2-1 in front, and Conor Heneghan will be delighted to get out of here 6 points. It's all got a bit scrappy. He just wants to get over the winning line here. It's not going to be pretty, you feel.
140. Conor Heneghan, 120.
120 for 2-1.
45.
Mess.
$100. Conor Heneghan,
Steady turn.
75.
75 for 2-1 though. But double 12. That is
Clean shot on
2-1,
the
and
third
that's a
leg.
lot
Conor
better.
Heneghan.
Conor Heneghan finishes the double 12, and he hasn't had a no-nonsense leg like this for a while now, so just to have a nice, straightforward leg will make him feel a lot better about himself, and the bonus that it's a breaker throw. Heneghan leads 2-1, 2 legs away from getting from here with 6 points from a possible 10 available.
100. 100. 78. 140.
Can't quite get it in the corner, but it's a good start, a good response from Robert Owen to this 4th leg.
60.
It's all become a bit hard work towards the end of the day for Conor.
$140. 57. Robert Heneghan, 121.
11, treble 11, double 14. And we see the 1-2-1 finish again today. We saw it from Gavin Carlin earlier on, and we see it again, both against Conor Heneghan, but Robert Owen with a good response to having his throw broken. We are level at 2 legs apiece.
Robert to throw first.
Who can get over the line here? Breaks exchanged in the middle part of this game, 2 apiece now.
$59.
The average creeping up from Robert.
41.
20 points the difference. Conor, you just get the sense he's trying a little bit too hard here now.
100. 140.
Better visit from Conor. Feel this has got last leg decider written all over it. Last match of the day, David Pallett and Gavin Carlin
59.
to follow this one. Andy Jenkins on 6 points, as is David Pallett. Conor could join them if he wins this game.
180.
Are we looking at a third consecutive breaker throw?
$58. Conor Heneghan 140.
So put himself in a good position. Does leave a finish, Robert Owen, but it's a biggie.
45.
Sorry, no, Robert Owen's still back on 225. It's just a bit scrappy, this, isn't it?
83. Conor Heneghan 95.
It's got the feeling of a last game of the day for both players who've just given everything, but just running out of steam. Sort of last man standing stuff.
39.
And again, sloppy,
Robert
but
Heneghan 142.
Hennigan will likely be back. Just checking his score. You're doing the right thing.
101. Conor Heneghan 56.
But 56 for 3-2. This ain't a gimme. It's
16.
just that sort of game.
Robert Heneghan 41.
The sort of basic finishes are not going. That's now 11 darts, Mr. Doubles for Conor.
$31.
Well, well, well.
Conor Heneghan 40.
Robert's missed 9. Just got to steady himself, Conor Heneghan. Edging closer. This is a big.
No score.
And
Robert
he can't get
Heneghan
much
10.
closer, and he's becoming more and more frustrated as the game goes on. 14 darts, Mr. Doubles. Robert for 3-2.
8.
And he's not there yet, so
Conor
Conor's going to
Heneghan
get more
40.
chances. Surely this time. Conor Heneghan to move 3-2 in front. Oh, chasing up to double 5. He'll feel it,
30.
and that's nowhere near.
Robert Heneghan 2.
And the frustration is getting to the young man. And it is 3-2, and that will hurt Conor Heneghan. What a messy leg that was. Conor should be throwing for the match and to join David Pallett and Andy Jenkins on 6 points. Instead, he's throwing to stay in the match. Robert Owen looking to finish the day on 4 points.
93.
Performance of the day was Conor Heneghan in his first match, 108.46 average. Well, he could be putting in the worst performance of the day here as well.
180.
Averaging around about 72.
$45.
Finishing line in sight for Robert Owen.
$140.
Conor's 2 victories over Thornton and Carlin, and he's going to have to go some who's going to add Robert Owen to that list because he's a fair way off the pace here
95.
now. Robert Owen's had 3 maximums. Robert Owen's played okay. Averaging around about the 90 mark. Looking to wrap up.
100.
And he's going to get down to 81, and there's going to be pressure though. He's just got to stay there. Well, he may go trick, but he's going to stay.
125.
And that one's cost him.
Robert Heneghan
Even if he
81.
stays there in the 20 segment. And it just makes Robert Owen a little more relaxed. He may not even go 12 ball here. Bullseye.
56.
He thought he may have
Conor
ignored it. He'll be
Heneghan,
back.
143.
This isn't done yet. Even if Conor doesn't take this 1-4-3, it's got that feel of that sort of game that could have a scrappy last leg.
90. Robert
Owen
25.
will have match darts. How many will he need? He's going to get, well, he should get 2. And he's going to need the pair of them.
17.
And you just felt
Conor Heneghan,
it wasn't going to be just as
53.
clean cut as Robert Owen closing that out. And maybe there was an argument for not going 12 bull. Tops. It's caused him all sorts of bother today, but it doesn't here. He forced a deciding leg. It's all come down to this. And the difference is Robert Owen will have 4 points if he wins. If he doesn't, Conor Heneghan will have 6 points. It's a massive leg in context of Group C incoming. But it is advantage Robert Owen. He has the darts. Fourth last leg decided
125.
A 4-3 reverse against Andy Jenkins. A 4-3 reverse against David Pallett. A 4-3 victory over Gavin Carlin. And is it going to be a 4-3 victory over Robert Owen? Maximum start. 6 in the match. 3 apiece.
140.
He's in again.
100.
Just a ton. Oh, that one will perk Robert Owen up.
140.
Great leg from Robert. 96, 9 darts thrown. Conor, he's putting in a great leg himself. He may bring the ball in here. He stays there. This is brilliant from the pair of them.
96.
And a game that's been a bit messy at times to produce this in a deciding leg. Fair play, some double-double. Tops for the victory.
76.
Tops for the victory, Robert.
81.
Nowhere near. He's going to get 1 dart. And it's at double 13.
68.
And he pulls it inside.
Robert 20.
How frustrated, goes for a little walk there. Frustrated is Conor Heneghan. Robert's finished the job. Feather it in.
Game shot
What
on
a
the
last leg, and it's Robert Owen who gets over the line. And yet another 4-3 reverse for Conor. He could have been so better for him today. He underperformed in that game, and the doubles were the story of the game. Look at those missed darts. 17 for Robert, 19 for Conor, but it's Robert Owen who gets over the line. Takes his points tally up to 4, joint with Conor. Our final match of the day is David Pallett, the league leader for most of the day, taking on Gavin Carlin. final match of the day and arguably the biggest game of the day, because this could really make the group interesting, particularly if Gavin Carlin can defeat David Pallett. David Pallett, who's pretty much led from the front. He started the day with victory over Robert Owen. There was an impressive victory over Conor Heneghan as well. It got himself up to 6 points. It looked at one stage that David Pallett may run away with the group, but then Robert Thornton inflicted his first defeat on him last game out. And there we see if Carlin wins, he goes top of the table, but tied with Andy Jenkins and David Pallett on 6. Conor Heneghan, Robert Thornton, Robert Owen all on 4. This group is tight. And either way, which way this match goes, it's all to play for tomorrow. But David Pallett can do himself a big favour here if he closes out victory and cap off what will be a fine day's work for him. Got the darts. Got to make it count. Back to winning ways, he's hoping, after that blip against Robert Thornton.
81. $134.
A decent start from Gavin. Could have been a bit better for Gavin as well. He had a match start against Robert Thornton.
40.
But he's putting himself well in the mix, and slow start from Pallett.
66.
Dave the Mekon looking to have daylight, but
$100.
Just going off the boil ever so slightly, Dave, towards the end of the day. Can Gavin Carlin capitalise, or can Pallett just find a way to win this game? It's not about stats, it's not about averages or 180s, it's about getting the win here. And David Pallett, in a great position if he finds that win.
$66. David Ricard, 140. $100.
Good art to leave tops for a positive start to this match with David Pallett. Remember, these two kick things off tomorrow.
100.
The fixtures reverse. 40. In Group C, we play in reverse order, so Dave Pallett and Gavin Carlin be the first match, but
getting shot on the
first leg. David Pallett makes a good start. Decent holder throw, laid up the tops, pinned it first start, and leads 1-0 here in the final match. Can Gavin Carlin force the issue here?
Like Gavin to throw first.
Or will it be Dave Pallett, the clear overnight leader?
$85.
Yeah, good switching from Dave. Some highlights of the day. The 108 average from Conor Heneghan against Robert Thornton.
94.
4 out of 4 on doubles from Andy Jenkins in his final match against Robert Thornton. Robert Owen's 4-0 victory as well earlier on against Thornton. So they've all involved Robert Thornton, unfortunately.
77.
But it's been a great day's action. And being as I've mentioned, everything against Robert
43.
Thornton, about him being the only player so far to beat David Pallett. But it's been a great day's action. Plenty more to come tomorrow.
$180.
With plenty more to come tonight in Group B. But Pallett in the mood. He's getting back into the swing of things. To be fair, Robert Thornton just put in a good performance against him. Dave didn't play like he can, but
$88.
Yeah, good last start to leave 28.
$140. David requires 28.
2-0. Good start to this for David Pallett. He's halfway to clinching top spot on that, being the overnight leader going into tomorrow's final day's action of Group C. And it's been pretty clinical for Dave so far here. 103 and a bit average there we see. Confirmation that a maximum in there as well. 2 from 2 on the doubles. And looking to finish the day
134
on a high.
$80. $92.
And he's switching well on the treble 18. It's all going well for Dave Pallett in this match so far. Gavin Carlin offering very little resistance.
60.
It's all Dave Pallett, but he's got to finish the job.
$100. $59.
Just tee up here, David Pallett. This is a comfortable leg. Just what you need when you've gone 2-0 up.
$100.
Carlin switching to 18s. Stay there.
126.
Enough to leave a finish, and there's no pressure on Pallett. All going to plan so far in this final match for the Mekong. And that is a 3-leg lead, and it's all too comfortable for David Pallett. At this stage, he is cruising to being the overnight leader and going on to 8 points, 4 wins from 5, emulating what Graham Usher did on day one. He got out with 4 wins from 5 and was a hard man to chase down. And if Pallett maintains this level of play, he'll be hard to chase tomorrow.
121. $140.
Good visit from Dave. Could be the last leg of the day. Well, the last leg of Group C action, not the day. We return, remember, at 10 o'clock tonight with Group B action.
$100. $125.
Ray's handy. Just trying to rattle into those darts. It's just frustrating Gavin there because it was a good setup, that one.
$100. $36. David Ducal, 100.
Unravelled for Gavin here, and Pallett could complete the clean sweep. And yeah,
121.
Sensible play. I know we want to see the big finishes, but there's a bigger picture here for David Pallett. He wants to finish the day in style, and it looks like, hold that thought, it looks like he's going to do it with a 4-0 win.
83. David Ducal, 40.
Pallett to cap off a fine day's work. If he is, he's going to have to do on double 10. And it is a fine day's work complete. Just the one defeat for David Pallett at the hands of Robert Thornton, but it ends the day with a 4-0 victory. There we see 103 average. Great way to end it. 4 out of 5 on the doubles. David Pallett regroups, gets that victory on the board. He's top of the table heading tomorrow. There we see Andy Jenkins in striking this. And we've got the next 4 players on 4 points. There's all to play for in this group tomorrow. We'll be back from 9:30 in the morning on Sporty Stuff TV with that group. But we turn our attention to later on this evening from 10 p.m. Group B gets underway. That features Conan Whitehead, Josh Payne, Gian Van Veen, Matthew Edgar and Nathan Gervin. So join us from 10 p.m. as you see who bids with their quest to get to finals night on Saturday.